Hello, my name is Ray Hughes, and I'm an interviewer for the Veterans History Project conducted by the Library of Congress in Washington, D.C., locally administered by the Cincinnati-Hamilton County Public Library in Cincinnati, Ohio, and monitored by Brian Powers, who is our cameraman today. Today's date is the 3rd of April, 2019, a Wednesday, and today we have the honor and privilege of interviewing the United States Navy veteran, Robert Thomas Schram. And it's a pleasure to meet you. And
thank you for having me.
Is it all right to call you Thomas?
I would prefer you call me Tom. That's how I go.
Okay. Tom, we get a little background information first, if you will. Where were you born and your date of birth?
My date of birth was October 5, 1947. I was born in Peru, Indiana, and I lived on a farm outside of Peru on the Wabash River. It was a 600-acre farm, and we tilled 500 acres of it, raised some cattle, 500 head of hogs, about 200,000 chickens a year, and I went to a small country school. It took 45 minutes to get there on a school bus. That was basically two grades per room, and everybody was in a building that was probably 3,000 square feet on 2 floors. So I grew up, I had a brother and a sister, and I helped my dad as much as I could, learned how to drive a tractor when I was 7, and was basically a farm kid.
What were your parents' names?
My father's name was Robert Miller Schram. My mother's name was Elizabeth Myers Schram, and they met at the University of Illinois in Champaign-Urbana, Illinois, and met their freshman year and dated and got married.
Were your grandparents from Illinois? Indiana.
Well, my grandfather grew up in Indiana, in Peru, and after he finished high school, he left high school, went to Illinois, working for the Cole family of Cole Porter fame and Cole Crane mining operation. And he ran a 2,000-acre farm over in Illinois, and then went to Washington to lobby for levies, and then worked in the government in Washington. And my father was a page in the U.S. Senate, and then went back to the University of Illinois, and where he met my mother. And my mother was born in Waukegan, Illinois, where my grandfather was an industrial surgeon, and he had been a medical officer in the United States Navy during World War I. And interestingly, I didn't find this out until later, my maternal grandfather, Asa Myers, had an appointment to the Naval Academy, took the train to the Naval Academy, walked down Maryland Avenue toward Gate 3, took one look at the walls. It was a foggy day, it was all gray, and took a look at the people that were marching around and said, "This is not for me." Went back to the Western Union office, made a collect call to his father, who was a sheriff in Illinois, and said, "I want to come home." He did, and later went to Lafayette Medical School in Philadelphia, and then became a medical doctor, medical officer in the United States Navy during World War I. And he was a great mentor of mine, as was my grandfather Schram. And that's a little bit, about my father and mother's lineage.
Lineage, yes. Fascinating. Both well-to-do people, though. Both had achieved
Neither one of my
status.
grandfather Schram only finished high school. Never got any. He was accepted into Wharton and could not afford to go to college, and his father couldn't afford it, and he had worked in Peru for the Cole family and had taken accounting, and he graduated high school in 1911, and they wanted him to go to Illinois to manage their farm as a high school graduate. And he asked him for permission to get married first, and which he did, and then he took my grandmother, Mabel, with him to Illinois to the farm. And that's where my father was born. He was born in Whitehall, Illinois, which is in southwestern Illinois on the Illinois River. And that's where he was born on December 4th, 1921. And he ended up joining the Navy the day after Pearl Harbor. He enlisted, and the Navy office said, finish your semester and then come back. So he actually joined the Navy on February 1st of 1942, and went in as an E5 storekeeper at Great Lakes, Illinois, and about 9 months later he made E6, which is a petty officer first class in the Navy, and then an all-nav came out and said that anybody who had college and was in E6 could get an immediate promotion to officer, and the next day he was an ensign in the Supply Corps. And about 6 months after that, they transferred him to Lakehurst, New Jersey, where he became a Lieutenant JG, and he became the supply officer for Fleet Airships Atlantic, blimps, which were escorting all the convoys. And they, after some workup, it took about a month to get all the things he had to do. He was sent via a Greek cargo ship down to Brazil, to Recife, Brazil, which is near Rio de Janeiro, where he was a supply officer for the entire east coast of South America, and flew all the way up and down, South America, paying people and, flying in blimps, and he was right at the pointy end of the spear as a supply officer.
Wow.
And had a wonderful career. Retired as a commander in the United States Navy. Almost got called back up for Korea, but he stayed in the reserves. Retired as a full commander.
Wow, what family history you've got. You said you had to travel 45 minutes to get to school. Was that in another little small city?
No, it was out in the country. Farms were a long way. Farmhouses were a long way apart, and they had 3 school buses that picked kids up, and I was unfortunately the first kid to get picked up, and so I had to ride 45 minutes. Yeah, okay. I was the first kid to get picked up and the last one to get dropped off. Can we stop for a minute?
Yes. We can add. We're back after that short interruption. The school that you went to, 45 minutes on the bus, so how many grades did that include? Was that 1 through 8?
No, it was Butler County School, and we had all 12 grades in the same building. And the senior class, my 3rd year, had 12 students. That's, my grade, we had 18 kids. Started.
So you finished high school there also?
No. After the 5th grade, my mom was not happy with the quality of the education I was getting at Butler, and she decided that she wanted me to go to St. John's Lutheran School in Peru. So they took me to school every morning and picked me up after school.
Your parents did?
My mother or my father, they usually shared it. It was only about a 15-minute drive from the farm, so I liked it because it was a much shorter commute. And so I went there for 3 years. I had the 6th, 7th, and 8th grade, what they call middle school now.
Right.
And then in the 9th grade, I went to Peru High School, and that was my introduction into bigger classes.
Now, if you went to Peru High School, that was the 9th, 10th, and 11th grade.
I went to Peru High School for the 9th, 10th, and 11th grades. And when I took the, let me back up. In my earlier years, I think grade 7 or 8, a naval officer visited our farm. And he had been assisted by my grandfather to get an appointment to the United States Naval Academy. His name was Jack Bennett. And he was a very famous man. He had the Navy Cross. He had been the only officer to survive a kamikaze that hit their cruiser in World War II. Then he became a submarine officer. And every time his family would cross the country, he would stop in Peru, Indiana to visit his 2 maiden spinster aunts. And he would come pay his respects to my grandfather, because my grandfather was responsible for him being able to get in the Naval Academy. And he would come down to visit my father. They were the same age and had a lot in common. And whenever he came to visit, which was about every other year, they would transfer back and forth across the country, he'd come and visit and talk to me about the Naval Academy. My parents didn't really mention it. And so that was my introduction to the Naval Academy. And Captain Jack, as I called him, always talked to me about it. And I was an athlete. I was a swimmer, and was second in the state of Indiana for 4 years running. I had one kid I couldn't beat. And so I was a recruited athlete, but Captain Jack is the one who got me interested in the Naval Academy. And as I matured and got into athletics, and I really kind of thrived when I got to Peru High School, it became, as I took the exams, it became quite apparent that my math was off the charts. I could do, you know, he had to take the SAT tests, and my math was very, very high. But my English, I was 20 points above the lowest score you could get, which was not very good. And Captain Jack talked to my parents and said, if he's going to have to go to the Naval Academy, he's got to get his scores up. And that, he said, I really recommend that he go to the Bullis School. And so I had a decision to make. I really wanted to go to college. My father had never been to college. My grandfather hadn't been to college, so I was going to be the first one on my father's side to go to college. And what happened, it was really pretty straightforward. My dad had told me I had to go into service. The draft was still in effect at the time, and I'd always wanted to go in the military, so that wasn't really an issue for me. But there were a lot of parents in our small community who were doing everything they could to keep their children out of the military because of Vietnam. And my dad just said, you're going to go. And I said, Dad, no problem. I know I'm going to go. And so Captain Jack said, you need to go. If he's going to get his grades, his SAT scores up, he's got to go someplace where they do that. And Bullis was in Silver Spring, Maryland, and the big city. And I'm a farm kid. And so I applied, and they said, well, he's got to come to summer school first to see if he's good enough. And so I finished my mother and I had made a trip to to the Naval Academy in the summer of 1963. And I had toured around the Naval Academy and had visited with the Assistant Director of Athletics, and I was quite impressed. I don't know who wouldn't be impressed with the facilities at the Naval Academy, and that had made a lasting impression on me. I could still walk you through the tour in my mind that I got that day. And I came back and I really, put my mind to working on my grades. I was a Boy Scout. I was an Eagle Scout. I had my God and Country. I'd made 2 trips with the Boy Scouts, one to Philmont in New Mexico and one to the Region 7 canoe base up in northern Wisconsin, and was really very comfortable in the Boy Scout environment, so I could take care of myself. I was good on my own. I knew how to take orders, I thought, and I decided that I wanted to go to the Naval Academy, and my grandfather is very expensive. If you think about it, the Bullis cost was $4,000 in 1964 and 65. Now, fast forward today, and that's probably $30,000.
At least, yes.
At least. And my grandfather Myers, who was the doctor who had appointment to the Naval Academy and he'd gone and then hadn't entered, said, "I'll pay for the school." So he paid my tuition so I could go to the Bullis school, because we were farm people. We didn't have that kind of money. And if I went to college, I was going to need a scholarship, and I wanted to get a Naval Reserve Officers Training Scholarship, an ROTC scholarship. So I went to Bullis. And what an experience it was. I went in the summer. It's in Silver Spring, Maryland. It's a huge, metropolitan city. And the first night I was in Bullis, I went out. I was on Georgia Avenue with another guy who was from Pennsylvania. And we were just looking. Neither one of us had been to the big city. And we had a guy accost us with bloody hands, and guy came up behind us, and we got into a fight. He said, he wanted to, and that was my introduction to Washington, D.C. and Silver Spring. I was terrified. And I didn't go back out in town, which we could do, for another 2 to 3 weeks. I was terrified. I'd only go out with 3 or 4 people from then on. That was my introduction to the big city, and it wasn't a very good one. I remember that incident like it happened about 5 hours ago. And I did well at Bullis. I swam. I really worked hard at the English part of the SAT, vocabulary and reading comprehension, and asking the questions and taking practice tests. And they did a terrific job in helping me get ready. And I got my SAT scores up. And so I did, and I took the physical and managed to get past the physical with one exception. I'd applied to 7 other colleges, and I got accepted at all of them. I had a swimming scholarship to the University of New Mexico, and I'd wanted to go back there because of my Boy Scout experience when I went to Philmont. And so I loved the New Mexico environment. So I had all these acceptances. My parents thought I was crazy. I didn't get any college trips like kids get today. The only place I'd been was the Naval Academy, and my mother had driven me there. First time I'd driven a car on a highway. I'd just gotten my driver's license. And so here I am now in the late winter of 1965. I'd applied for an appointment with my Congressman J. Edward Roush, 5th Congressional District of Indiana, and that included Miami County, and that's where we lived. And I got my SAT scores up, I met all that, I got everything done, and they said that I was not physically qualified to go in the Naval Academy because I had braces on my teeth. And the braces on my teeth were going to come off. And I didn't know what to do. I couldn't make up my mind. I was 17 years old, barely, and I'd had my 17th birthday. I left home at 15. And I had my 17th birthday at Bullis, and I just struggled. I had one of those mental moments where you just didn't know what you wanted to do. And I finally came down with the rationale, went like this. I know I'm going in the military. I know I'm going to college. I know I've got to do something in the engineering world because I'm not smart enough to do anything in the English side, and I'm very adept at math. And I don't know what I want to do. I do not know what I want to do. So in late March of 1965, I called home and asked my father to come to Washington, D.C. and meet me, and come to Silver Spring, because I needed some father-son time to decide what I was going to do. It was a NROTC scholarship at the University of New Mexico, as well as a swimming scholarship. So I was going to be able to pay for college, and I was going to be a naval officer. But I couldn't decide whether I was going to go ROTC and go to New Mexico or go to the Annapolis. So I had my dad came out, and during the 48 hours that I had between calling my dad on a Wednesday night and him getting out there on Friday night late, because travel wasn't as easy back then.
Right.
You know, the nearest airport for us was like 80 miles away, and that was Indianapolis. And it wasn't easy to do all this. We only had one car, and I mean, you get the idea.
Sure.
So Dad got there, and first thing he said was, "You are a lot of trouble." And I said, "Yes, sir, I am." And I said, "You know, I talked with you on the phone about being confused and didn't know what to do." He said, "Yes, I remember." And I said, "Well, I'm no longer confused." I said, "I want to go to the Naval Academy, but we got to fix this problem with my braces." And he says, "Well, how do we fix that?" And I said, "I don't know how we fix it, but you know, what the congressman's office told me was go down to the Naval Academy and see if you can talk to somebody about it and get it done." So on Monday morning, we drive to the Naval Academy. And I'll never forget it. We drive to the Naval Academy, and we go to the dispensary, which is, I don't know what you called them in the Army or the Air Force, but it was the medical department of the Naval Academy. And I go in and I meet this, Dad's with me. And of course, Dad's a retired commander now. And we meet this young petty officer, and he says, "What can we do for you?" And I said, "I need to talk to somebody about a physical for the Naval Academy." He says, "I don't know anything about that. You're going to have to talk to our medical services officer." And so my father and I get ushered in to this office. And there's a man sitting there, and he's a full commander, and he's a medical services officer, which meant that he was a corpsman first and then got commissioned, and he's bald. He's got the biggest nose I've ever seen on anybody, and it was red, and he was the meanest looking man I've ever seen in the world. And here I am, a terrified 17-year-old with my father, trying to, figure out how I'm going to sort through this braces problem. And he offers us a cup of coffee, and I don't drink coffee, so my dad says he'll have a cup of coffee. He didn't drink coffee either, but he did. And he looked over at the commander's chest, and he says, "Where'd you serve in South America?" And Commander Rayburn says, "Why do you ask?" And my dad says, "Well, I was in Recife." This guy says, "Well, I was in the dispensary in Recife." And Dad said, "Well, did you know Dr. So-and-so?" And I'm sitting there watching this going on, and he says, "Yeah, I worked for him." 45 minutes later, after sea stories have been exchanged, Commander Rayburn says, what can I do for you?" And my dad turns to me and says, "Tell him." So I start mumbling, and then I finally get my voice and I can talk, and I said, I'm not physically qualified for the Naval Academy because I have braces on, and I'm ranked #1 by the Naval Academy for Congressman Roush. If I can I need to find some way to deal with this problem, because if I get the braces off, I'm getting the braces off in 3 weeks. And he said, "Okay." And he yelled at the top of his voice for a corpsman to come in, who did. And he said, "Take him over to the dental department to see Captain so-and-so." Captain's a colonel equivalent in the Navy, and he's the head of the dental department. This guy's a commander, so the captain outranks the commander. And so I go over to the dental department, and the corpsman stays with me. The captain looks at me. He says, "You got braces on?" I said, "Yes, sir." And he says, "Take him back. I'll call Rayburn." That's what he called him. So I go back to Commander Rayburn's office, and Rayburn's on the phone with the captain. And he says, "I know he's got braces on, but they're coming off." And he said, "What if I have his orthodontist call you in 3 weeks and tell you the braces are off? Will you sign off then?" And the captain apparently said yes. So Rayburn slammed the phone down and mumbled about captains and looked at me and said, "All right, son, here's what you do. Go back, get your braces off, have your orthodontist call this number." And he gave me his card with the dental department's number in the back, and talked to this captain. And he said, "Have him call me too, because I don't trust him to get it right." I said, "Okay." And so my father and Commander Rayburn sat and talked for another half hour, exchanging more sea stories, because they were the same rank. And my father had paid him for the better part of 2 years, he just didn't know it. And so I left and with my father, and he took me back to school, and he says, "Are you okay now?" And I said, "Yes, sir, I am." So he left and went back to the airport, and I waited, and I was playing on the golf team at the time. I was out on the golf course, and in this 3-week period, and they came out and got me and took me back to the club, and they said the congressman's office was on the line and said, "West Point will take you with braces on. You want to go to West Point?" And I said, "No, I don't." I said, "I'm going to get the braces off and go to the Naval Academy. Am I still #1? They said, "Yes, but you don't have much time. We're getting into April now, and you got to report June 30th, and all the appointments are generally locked in by the end of March." So day comes, I get my braces off, and I give the orthodontist the number to call, and I said, "I want you to call while I'm here, so I know you've called." So he called the captain, didn't get the captain, but got the captain's yeoman, and told him this. He called Commander Rayburn and got Rayburn, and I said, "Let me have that number." So when I got back to Bullis, I called Commander Rayburn and said, "You have the message?" And he said, "Yes." And I said, "Now what happens?" And he said, "I'm going to call the captain, get this worked out. I call the registrar's office and tell them that you're you're now physically qualified, and they'll call the congressman. I don't know how he moved the bureaucracy to move as fast as it did, given how slow the Navy can work. But 4 days later, I got a phone call from the congressman's office saying, okay, you're now physically qualified, you're #1 on the list, you want the appointment. I said, yes, I do. And they said, okay, it's yours. And they sent a telegram to me and a telegram to my father, and telling him that I'd been accepted, and then they got all these letters telling him how proud I should be, and that. But that's how I got my appointment to the Naval Academy.
Wonderful.
I graduated from Bullis, and they had their graduation ceremony in a church of all places on a Saturday, and I think it was June 6th or 7th, and 3 weeks later I reported to the Naval Academy on June 30th. So that's how that whole scenario unfolded. And
what a story.
Oh, it is a story. My father loved to hear me tell it over and over again, because he was very proud of the fact that he helped me get in.
Yes. I can imagine. Well, when does your first semester start at the Naval Academy? You signed in, I guess, on June the 30th.
Well, I took a train back to the Naval Academy and was picked up by the father of a friend from Bullis on the 29th. And this father turns out to be a very, very famous submarine commander. His name is Slade Cutter. And his son and I had gone to Bullis together. And he was a Naval Academy graduate, very famous Naval Academy graduate. I didn't know that at the time. I didn't know anything about the man. I was just one scared kid from a farm. And he picked me up, and he knew I was nervous, and he stayed up late with me that night. And he talked with me probably until 1 o'clock in the morning. And the one thing I remember that he said was, don't ever quit. And the other thing he said was, get to know as many classmates as you can during plebe summer, because once your first semester starts, you're not going to be able to meet any other classmates. And he took me over on June 30th. I had a check. My father had written a check. We had to give him a check for $300. And I'd already had my hair cut. I had all my hair shaved off. Had no hair whatsoever. And he took me over. I got out of the car, and he came around and he gave me a hug. And he said, Tom, he says, you're going to do all right. He says, just don't give up, and it's going to be confusing. Just stay with it. I got through the first day barely. I got yelled at a lot. And we got into our uniforms, which were the white sailors' uniforms. We called them white works. And I remember two things about that day. We were sitting in Tecumseh Court, which is the area in front of Bancroft Hall, and there were 1,437 of us, 1,437 plebes. And back then they had a washout rate that was about 35 to 40%. And their contract with the Navy is to graduate 1,000 officers who can go into warfare. So we had 1,437, and I remember it was a blinding day, and we're in white works, and we're sitting on these folding chairs, and it's a sea of white. It's bright. I'm blinded by it. I didn't really, they made me go to the barber anyway, and I had hair down my back. Everybody was uncomfortable. And it was a bunch of speakers, but I remember two things. He said, look to your left and look to your right. He said, one of you three is not going to be here in 4 years. That scared me a lot. If I wasn't scared already, which I'd been yelled at significantly during the day, I was terrified when I heard that. And the other thing I remember is this admiral, I don't know what his name was, got up and said, "You can do anything you think you can do, and don't you ever forget it." And that has stayed with me all these years. That's 54 years ago that this happened, and I remember, that's what I remember about that day, other than being hot, uncomfortable, and terrified. Yeah, I remember those two things. That was the hottest summer on record they'd ever had. And we didn't have air conditioning. It was like 95 degrees outside. It was humid. And you'd lay in bed and just sweat. And the very first night, geez, the very first night, about 1 o'clock in the morning, I get up and I have to go to the bathroom. So I put my bathrobe on, and I was a farm kid. I didn't wear slippers. I was barefoot most of the time, even on gravel. So I walked down to the head, and I come out of the head, and there's this guy, upperclassman as it turns out, leaning in the door of a room. And I was surprised to see him because the door was closed when I went by. And he says, "How you doing?" And I should have known this was a setup, but I didn't. I said, "I'm doing okay, I guess." He said, "Where are your slippers?" I looked down. I said, "Well, back in my room." He says, "Stand at attention, plebe." It was 1 o'clock in the morning. So here I am in my bathrobe and my skivvies, and I'm standing at attention, and I'm getting screamed at by this upperclassman. And of course, that lights come on all over the place. And about a half an hour later, after more push-ups than I thought I was able to do, I got back to my room, and I realized that from then on I'd wear slippers when I went out to the head at night. But at night, when the lights were out, you didn't have to brace up and be at attention and the rest of the foolishness that we went through. But good Lord, I never went out of my room without slippers on from then on. That was my first day. Those are my memories of the first day, and it only went downhill from there. I remember driving one of the experiences I'll never forget was we got introduction to ship handling. And I didn't know anything about ships. I skied, but that was behind a ski boat. This was a 60-ton yard craft. And this was an orientation. We went out, and we got yelled at and told what to do, and this officer was up on the bridge with me, and there was a midshipman on the wheel, and you had to give order, right standard rudder and all ahead 1/3, and you're learning these things. And we didn't get any education before we went on the boat. And the way you come into the pier on the Severn River is you go up the Severn River, and the current's coming towards you. So you're going up the Severn River at 1/3 speed. And you're making 7 knots. But the river's running at 3. So you're only making 4 knots going up the river. Well, then what you do is you make a left turn. You make a kind of a hairpin turn, and you want to come into the pier, which is a 2-foot square beam. These were beams bigger than anything I'd ever seen before. And you come in at an angle of 30 degrees, about that. So he says, "Okay, now give him the order to make a come left and make a what was it, 125-degree turn, which is more than 90. You're going like this, and you want to come like that." So I did, and we're still going all ahead 1/3. Well, now we went from making 3 to 4 knots upriver in terms of over land to making 10 knots headed toward the bulkhead. Now, I didn't know this. I was still trying to, figure out how to give the orders and everything, and all of a sudden, the officer realizes that we're coming into the bulkhead, the pier, at 10 knots. And I hear him scream into this megaphone, "All back emergency." Well, the chief who was responsible for this boat, which was or ship, or boat, I don't know, it was a 60-ton wooden YP run by twin diesels. And the chief had already figured it out, and by the time the officer had yelled down, all back, he already had it, all back emergency, and we hit that bulkhead going about 4 knots, maybe 5, and this is 2-foot square bulkhead. We took 2 feet out of the bow of the boat. The officer went over the railing. I took probably 6 inches out of the pier bulkhead. We crash landed instead of nosing into the pier slowly as we were supposed to. That was my introduction to ship handling. I got thrown off the ship and told never to come back. And of course my second class was there seeing all this. He didn't go out on the ship with us. He just marched us over there. And he heard all the commotion, and I got special treatment for the next couple of days.
I can only imagine.
It was a wild experience. But that was, I had other memories of plebe summer, but that was the big one, was crashing the YP into the pier.
Well, that's a harrowing experience, though.
That was plebe summer. Plebe summer was a harrowing experience all around.
Yeah, I've seen those type of small boats coming into piers up on the Piscataqua River. Well, let's go on with your time at the Naval Academy. That you.
Well, my first year was hard. We got harassed a lot as plebes, and they could still hit us, and they wouldn't hit you in the face, but they'd pound you in the chest, and it was harrowing. It was like nothing I'd ever been through before.
What about getting back on a ship?
I really wasn't in. We didn't go back on the YPs again. Plebe year, the first semester, I had trouble concentrating. I couldn't settle down because of all the harassment we got. And my grades, I think I got a 2.3 for the semester. My roommates were terrific roommates. They were really good students. I was having trouble with the language. We had to take a language our plebe year, and my mother, if you didn't have a language already, you were offered 3: Russian, Italian, or Portuguese. And my mother said, well, take Portuguese because it's close to Latin. She wasn't right on Portuguese. It was wrong. And first semester, I was fortunate in that I had a lieutenant commander in the Brazilian Navy who was a riverboat captain, a gunboat captain, and he liked me, and I tried hard, and he gave me I got a C in that, and in language. And the next semester, though, I had an old-time professor who was not in the Brazilian Navy, and he worked me over pretty hard, and I ended up getting a D, but I got a B in something else, so I ended up with a 2.0. So I wasn't breaking any speed records with my grades, but I was surviving. Mm-hmm. And I got through plebe year, and probably the highlight of plebe year was 100th night. And people don't talk about this very much, but 100th night is the night when seniors have 100 nights before graduation. And to remind them of how they've come, they have to become plebes again for an hour. However, you're forced to ask this senior around about 2 months before this hour takes place. So for 2 months, they prepare you for 100th night. And it's very special treatment. It's something like, bring me all the shelf clips out of your closet where you have all your clothes stored. So you got to take all your clothes out of the closet, get the shelf clips and take them and show him. Then you go back and he says, okay, now bring me all your shelves. You go back to the room, bring him all your shelves. And you go get in full dress uniform. I mean, it was a litany of things that occurred. And one night, on a Friday night, the guy that we had asked around, my roommates and I, got very creative. And our first class would go over the wall, which meant he went out in town. And he had a girlfriend who was out there and was teaching, and so he'd go over the wall, and which meant that he'd go down to the end of the seawall where the academy wall met, and go. There was a hole in the wire fence there, and he'd go through that. Well, we snuck into his room, and we rigged his room, and by that I mean we plugged up his shower, the drain. We put Kool-Aid in the shower head. We took all of his clothing and put it underneath his bed, which it was a bed with an iron spring and then a small 4-inch mattress. We put all the clothing under the iron spring. We put toothpaste all along the edge of the chair so that when he sat down and if his legs hit up against the chair, it'd be white. We took all, this was a kicker. We put toothpaste in his combination cap, you know, the white cap that you see people wear. We put toothpaste between the brim and the cap itself. So when he put it on, toothpaste would come out. And then we took all of his shoes and we cut the shoelaces through about 95%. So when he pulled on the shoelaces, they'd break. And then when he got back that night, got in about 3 in the morning, we went down and we locked the door to his room, and we stuffed a whole bunch of T-shirts in the big bell. They had these big 12-inch bells that would ring when Reveille went off. So we basically shut the bell down so he couldn't hear it. And we locked him in the room, and his roommate was gone. His name was Jack Hastreeter. He was a lacrosse player, short little bandy guy. And so he woke up on Saturday morning, sort of, and somebody pounded on his room, and of course the seniors all had keys to the room. You weren't supposed to have keys because you're supposed to be open all the time. So anybody could come in. Only the master-at-arms had the keys. But we had gotten the master-at-arms to let us, get a key. So Streeter is in the room, and we're all formed up in the hallway for breakfast. And he's trying to get dressed, and he pulled on the shoestrings, and they broke. And he's in there swearing up a storm, and he said, a bunch of profanity came out of the room, and he told us to start bouncing up and down in ranks. So we're standing in the platoon, as plebes, about 10 minutes before the formation. We have to be there 10 minutes ahead of time. And we're bouncing up and down, and the officer of the day comes up. This is a commissioned officer, and he's the officer of the day. And he looks at us, and of course everybody's now, and he tells us to stop bouncing up and down. And so Streeter is in the room screaming at us, and he's not hearing us bounce up and down. So he comes charging out of the room, and he can't get his tie on. He's got his hat, combination cap on. Shoes are not tied, and there's toothpaste coming out right over here. And he's trying to get this fake tie on. You're supposed to have a real tie. He had a clip-on tie. And he sees the officer of the day, shuts up, goes back in his room, gets a real tie, gets it on, gets his spiffy on, comes out, and the officer of the day looks at his shoes, and he says, "You having a problem with your shoes, Mr. Hastreeter?" And at this point, Streeter is beside himself because he's got toothpaste coming out of the hat. And he doesn't really realize it, and the officer of the day says, "What's that on the side of your head?" He says, take your cap off. So Streeter takes his cap off, and there's toothpaste all coming through the holes of the brim. And we had a memorable breakfast that day. We'd had every condiment on the table on top of our eggs. But it was a memorable occasion. And on 100th night, we tried to run Streeter like he had run us, and we failed magnificently, but we tried. But that was the most memorable event of plebe year. That, and then of course the day we climbed Herndon and put the cap on top of the Herndon monument, and then we were plebe year was over at that point. And
do you get to come home for this? Now I'm assuming that you run like a normal year, September to June.
We ran September to June, and the big event, of course, was the Army-Navy game. And my parents had come out, were going to meet me in Philadelphia. Plebes were allowed liberty after we sang Navy Blue and Gold at the Army-Navy game, which we tied, of all things. And then my dad and mom and brother and sister were there, and they brought my girlfriend. And it wasn't, we'd only been dating for 6 months. It wasn't a serious thing, but here I am, and it's my first liberty. It's my first liberty since I'd taken the oath on June 30th. It was a Saturday after Thanksgiving. They changed the game now, it's 2 weeks after Thanksgiving. And so I was going to get 6 hours of liberty, 5 hours. We had to be back at the buses at 1 o'clock in the morning. And my dad had a reservation at Bookbinders. So we went there, and then we go back to the hotel. And I said to my dad, Dad, can you give me 2 or 3 hours alone with Diane so we can just catch up? And he says, catch up, right. And I looked at him, and he said, got it. So he took my mother and my brother and my sister out, and my mother went shopping. And to the day he died, my father said that was the most expensive 2 hours he'd ever had in his life. Because my mother found a bunch of stuff in a store and had it shipped to Indiana, and they came back, and then I took a taxi back over to where we had to take the buses. They went with me, and I got back on the bus and at 1 o'clock in the morning, and we came back to the Naval Academy. It was about a 4-hour bus ride. So that was my first liberty that afternoon. And then when I got to come home for Christmas for 2 weeks. And then we went back, and we still had another 4 weeks before the semester was over. And that's how my first liberty was at Christmas. I got Christmas leave, and of course I had to go to church with my uniform on so everybody could see me, and had to wear my uniform out to see my grandmother. Sure. So she could see me. And of course I didn't want to be in uniform at all, but I did it for my parents. They were very proud of me, and I knew they were, and I respected that.
Absolutely.
That was the only vacation I had between June 30th and then late the next summer after my midshipman cruise.
And what is a midshipman cruise?
Well, after plebe year.
This is after the plebe year, right?
At the end of plebe year, all the plebes go on ships to act as enlisted men. And so you understand the role of the troops, the people doing the work on the ships. And I was assigned with 180 other midshipmen to the USS Columbus, CG-12, guided missile cruiser. Had just come back from the West Coast and a Vietnam cruise, and they had 180 of us jammed into a berthing space that was fit for about 100. And we were in bunks in this berthing space that were 4 high. And there was barely enough room to walk between the bunks, and the only storage you had was underneath the bunk, which was about that deep, maybe 6 inches. So you had to keep, we had a sea bag, and that had everything we needed for the summer. And so we went on board the USS Columbus with 180 other folks, and we went to sea about 10 days after we took a ship, a troop ship, down to Norfolk from Annapolis. They picked us up in Annapolis Roads, which was a Anchorage out there. They took us out there in ferry boats. You could get about, I don't know, 60, 70 people on one of these boats. And so he took us out, and we had our sea bags. We had to get on board this troop ship. We went to Norfolk, and then once we got to Norfolk, we got off this troop ship. It was an armored personnel carrier called an APA. And then we got on board a bus, and they took us over to where the Columbus was berthed. And the Columbus was right across the pier from the USS Newport News, which was an old cruiser from World War II that had 8-inch guns and teak decks. The Columbus was a guided missile cruiser that had, its metal decks and was considered modern because it was air conditioned. The Newport News was not. And so we went to sea. About 10 days later, I was assigned to the engine room, and I got down to the engine room with 4 other midshipmen. I was assigned to engine room number 1, and these guys sent us down into the bilges to clean the bilges, which is underneath the metal grates they walked on. We did that for, I don't know, a week, and then they said, okay, now we need to paint we need to repaint the reduction gears, which is where steam comes in and it turns a turbine around, and they have a whole bunch of gearing in there which turns the shaft. And there were 4 shafts on the Columbus, and there were 2 out of this engine room and 2 out of the other one. So I chipped paint over the reduction. That's where all the steam is, of course. It's about 130 degrees, and they have the only cold air was coming in through the scuppers, or through these big air tubes that were up on deck. And they weren't, all the guys who were in the engine room were in front of those, and we were over the reduction gears with a screwdriver and a hammer chipping paint. And they didn't know our names. We didn't wear name tags. And they didn't take muster in the morning. And after about 2 days of chipping paint over the reduction gears, I decided that I'd had enough of that. And the thing I really wanted to know about were the missiles. And one of my friends had told me about the missile section and fire control. So I went up to fire control and just kind of blended in with the rest of the midshipmen that were up there. And again, we weren't wearing name tags, and nobody took muster. They couldn't keep track of us, of the 180 of us. They had no idea where we were, what we were doing. It was crazy. And so I went up in fire control, and I stayed in fire control for the last 6 weeks of my cruise. And we went down to, we were headed toward the Virgin Islands and what they call Roosevelt Roads, which is a basic point in the sea where ships would gather. And we were steaming independently. And I remember one night, I would go back aft on the Columbus and sit on the big camels, which are those huge things they put lines around when they're tied up in the pier, and just look at as the sun went down. And they said there was a green flash. And so I was always looking for the green flash when the sun would go down below the horizon. And a gunner's mate came out and lit up a cigarette, and he said, "Sonny, where are you from?" I told him, and I asked him, well, he says, I was on a battleship in World War II. Now this is somewhere in 1966. So, you know, World War II is only 20 years earlier. And this guy had been in for a long time. And he said, I was on a battleship, and I'll tell you, what they need over in Vietnam is a battleship. He says, a battleship can throw a Volkswagen about 20 miles, and that's what they need over there. They don't need these 8-inch guns. They need a 16-inch gun. This summer, '66. In 1967, they announced they were going to bring the New Jersey out of mothballs and send her to Vietnam. And I thought, boy, that gunner's mate had it right. But we used to sit back on, he would meet me up there after evening chow, and we would sit and talk, and he would tell me about his experiences on the battleships. And, I learned a lot from him. Then we pulled into the Virgin Islands, and I got Liberty, got sunburned. They told us if you get sunburned and can't go on watch, you're going to be restricted. And we managed to survive that. And then we steamed back to Norfolk, and we were in Norfolk then for the last 3 weeks of the cruise. And that's when I had my first drink at the Officers Club. I was only 18 at the time, but we went over and somebody took a look at us and said, buy those kids a drink. And I didn't know what to have. And my friend who was with me, who was 2 years older than I was, said, you know, have a Tom Collins or a John Collins, made with bourbon and sweet, you know, like 7-Up. So I did, and after 4 of them, I'd never had a drink before. I was wobbling a little bit, and we managed to make it back to the ship, and he got me on board. I didn't get sick, and I had a headache the next day, but you learn. And then after the end of my cruise, we went back to the Naval Academy, and they say that when you come back to the Naval Academy after what they call youngster cruise, which is that cruise, and you see the Chapel Dome, then you've really finished plebe year. So on August 3rd, we pulled back into Annapolis, and we saw the Chapel Dome, and then I got 3 weeks off at home, and before youngster year was going to start. And so I went home. I'd been a swimmer during the year. In between getting yelled at and, you know, doing push-ups and doing unmentionable things that I'm not going to talk about, I was a swimmer, and I was determined that I was going to get on the swim team. So I started swimming with the local swim team that I'd been with, and I swam 6 hours a day. 2 in the morning from 7 to 9, and then I'd go to the farm and cut grass, and then I'd swim from 1 to 3 in a lake, and then I was a breaststroke guy, so I do all breaststroke. We do a mile, which was, it took me about 40 minutes to do breaststroke a mile, and then in the evening I'd do sprints from 7 to 9, and I'd work in the afternoon too. And you can gather from that effort, you know, I was spending an awful lot of time swimming and working, and I really wore myself out. Didn't know how much I'd worn myself out. So I go back to the Naval Academy for my second year, and 2 weeks into my second year of swimming and, you know, doing it, I'm in calculus, and I'm loving calculus, and calculus is the basis for my major. I selected my major as electrical engineering, and they said, boy, you really need to get that calculus, which is the first 8 weeks of your second year in math. 2 weeks in, I got a headache, and I've got a fever, and I'm sick, nausea. I go down to the dispensary. They put me in the sick bay for a day. And the next day, my fever's up to 105. And I can't bend my neck, and they diagnosed me with spinal meningitis, which is highly contagious. Next thing I know, my roommate is coming in to see me at the Naval Academy Hospital, and he said, "You want me to call your mother or your family?" I said, "Sure." He says, "Well, what's your home phone number?" I gave him the phone number, and I gave him the wrong number. I couldn't even remember my own phone number. So my roommate calls Peru, Indiana, thinking he's calling my parents. He gets somebody else, and they say, "Oh, I know Bob Schram, hang on." They get the right number. He says, "Here's the right number for him out of the phone book." So my roommate then calls my dad. My next memory is of my mother standing beside me. I'm still in isolation in the hospital. And there's my mother and my father and my physics professor who had found me. And I was in the hospital for 8 weeks.
Wow.
They changed the diagnosis finally to mononucleosis and hepatitis A. And they said it was the worst case they'd ever seen. And so for 8 weeks I was in the hospital. I didn't get out of bed for 4 weeks. And just to give you an idea, if you take a recon Marine and throw him in a bed for 1 week, it'll take them a year to get back to the same condition they were. And I spent 6 weeks like that. I couldn't even go up and down stairs. They shipped me back to the hall, so I'd missed all of my calculus. And we started probability. And I'd had that before. So I aced probability. And in the middle of December, my company officer calls me in. And he says, "You're not doing very well in academics." And I said, "Yes, sir, I know." His name was Major Donald Conady. And he had 3 Bronze Stars from Vietnam. And he had sunken eyes. So when he put his cap on, you couldn't see his eyes. They were so sunken. And he was somewhat of a stern-looking fellow. I'm being polite here. And of course, I've got the sweats, I get cold. I mean, it's all I can do to get up and go to class. All I want to do is sleep. I'm not doing my homework. And he said, "Your grades are really not very well. I've talked to some of your professors and they've called me." And I said, "Sir," I said, "I'm doing the best I can." And he said, "Well, that's not good enough." He says, "You want to hear what they have to say?" And I said, "I don't mind." He says, "I didn't ask you if you minded. I asked you if you wanted to hear them. Yes or no?" I said, "Yes, sir." So he reads me these things, and they're terrible. I don't stay awake. I don't pay attention. They were pretty rough. And he says, "Now, what are you going to do about this?" And I said, "Major, the way I feel right now is I want to just go home and rest, get my health back, and turn back to the class of 1970 and start over next year. And I'll just move back a class." I said, I've obviously missed most of this semester, and I'm struggling. I mean, it's just not pretty at all. And he proceeded to read me the riot act, and he said, "I want you to do the best that you can. I want you to go home, get some rest while you're home, study hard while you're home, and then come back and really hit this hard." I went home, and a friend of the family named Greg Benner tutored me in calculus and in physics and in a course called statics and dynamics, which was how much pressure is if you have a beam, what's the load on that beam and things like that. And it was over my head. I could not get the concept right down. Well, based on Greg's tutoring, I was able to finish the course. And when I took the final, I failed the final, but I was good enough that I got a D in the course. He didn't give me an F. And I got a B in physics, but the B in physics was a 3-hour course, and the D in statics and dynamics was a 4-hour course, so I'm now at a 1-9. So I'm put on academic probation. So I go back in to see the company officer. And he said, well, you didn't do very well, did you? And I get another pep talk, as only a Marine can do. And I was able to finish out the rest of my second year, and I got a 2.1 or a 2.2, and I started my electrical engineering courses that semester, and I struggled because I didn't have the calculus. And I gradually got better as we went. But my second year was a bit of a nightmare for me because of that illness, and all because I wanted to make the swimming team. I wanted to be on the varsity.
Yeah.
So then I entered my second year, summer. We went to Pensacola for 4 weeks to go through basic flight, and it was down there that I really took to flying. I liked it a lot, and my vision was still 20/20, and so I liked it a lot, and I really thought that I could fly, and I really took a hankering to it.
Mm-hmm.
I'd never flown before in a small plane. I mean, as a farm kid, you just don't get to do that. The biggest plane I'd been on was the airplane that took me back to go to Bullis, and so it was a huge awakening for me, and it just opened up the panorama of what I could do in the Navy. Then we spent 2 weeks in New London at sub school, or a week in New London at sub school, and went on board the Nautilus, and we sat and talked with a fellow who was on the Nautilus, and he told us some sea stories about the Nautilus, and we got a little bit of a tour around the Nautilus, and boy, that thing was small, and I really didn't like it. And I decided that I really didn't want to go on a submarine. And I'd blown out both of my eardrums when I was swimming, and part of sub school was going through this decompression chamber where they take you down to 300 feet, and you have to clear your ears, and then you go into the escape hatch, escape tank, and you're down about 75 feet, and you go up, and you have to keep exhaling air because you have to learn how to get out of a submarine in case it's down. I took one look at that decompression chamber, and I'd had 2 blown eardrums, and I said, no, I'm not doing that. So I just didn't do it. And I didn't do the escape tank either. And I told the officers who were in charge that I had blown eardrums. I was not doing it, period. And if they wanted to look, they could, because I had scars on the eardrums. And then we went down to Little Creek, where we were going to play Marine. We spent 2 weeks in Little Creek, Virginia, and we slept in a Marine barracks, did everything the Marines did. I'll never forget my Amtrak trip. I got a orientation on an Amtrak, which is it's a tracked vehicle that goes into the ocean. And they didn't have a great track record. They only had about 6 inches of freeboard, between the top of the Amtrak and the water, and they had to have a cover over the top because the waves would come over the top, and a number of them had sunk. And they said, if we go down, just wait till we get down, and then we'll just pull the cover over, and you've got life jackets on, and we'll get out. And I'm listening to Marines tell me this, and I'm not liking this at all. And we get in the Amtrak and go out and come back, and I said, this is crazy. And we did some other maneuvers that summer, but it was nothing to write home about. But when I was done with my second class summer, I knew that what I wanted to do was fly. And then we entered my junior year, and it's called your second class year. And we'd switch companies so that we have new upper class and new underclass. It's kind of a fresh start for you for leadership training. So I went from the 17th company to the 23rd company. And you know, I was a second class. We had responsibilities with plebes. I didn't take to being sadistic with the plebes. I was more getting them squared away with uniforms, with naval etiquette, with the way they had to, you know, orient their lives. And I was most concerned with them just not giving up and sticking with the program. And I had a good second class year. I got my grades up a little bit, and it was really kind of unremarkable. No great big events occurred my second class year that are worth talking about. The only thing that happened is that in a routine physical, when I got back from flight school in October, my eyes were no longer 20/20. My eyes were now 2100, and that meant that I couldn't get into flight school. You had to have 20/20 vision, and that meant I had to, if I was going to fly, I had to be a backseater. I was okay with that. They were called naval flight officers, and they had quite a lot of responsibility. They went into a number of aircraft, the F-4, the A-6, Intruder, the flight of the Intruder, those all-weather airplanes. F-4 was that big fighter bomber we had, and then the P-3, which was a anti-submarine warfare plane, and other jobs that you could get as a naval flight officer. But so I go through the first 3 quarters of the first semester, and I go home on Christmas leave. And this is when my life turned around, and it took a huge 180-degree turn. It was Christmas Day, December 25th, 1967, and we were going to another farm on a country road, 2-lane road, and we'd just come underneath a train trestle, and we had to make a 90-degree right turn. We did. I was in the back seat behind my father, holding 2 pumpkin pies. And my mother had said, sit back there and don't dare drop them, because she made them. And my brother's holding something else, and my sister's holding something else in the middle, and my mother's holding something in the front seat. And just as we come out of the train trestle, we go about 100 yards, and my dad sees a car come around the road in the wrong lane, headed right for us. And he pulls off the road. And this car was going, we stopped, and this car was going 60 miles an hour when he hit us. Drunk kid, driving his father's brand new Ford. And the only thing that saved us, it was a Lincoln Continental sedan that we were in. It weighed about 6,000 pounds back then. And my dad said, brace, and I slid down, put my knees on the front seat, dropped the 2 pumpkin pies, which scared me to death because I thought my mom was going to kill me. Grabbed my baby sister, held her, and we got hit. And when we got hit, I was like this. And I went from this to this, where my head hit the front seat. And I went from here to here in the span of about 36 inches. My head went from 0 miles an hour to 22 miles an hour when I hit the seat, 36 inches later. And I didn't know it at the time, but that injured my neck severely, and it had really injured my back. And I didn't know it. I got out, performed first aid, got everybody out of the car. Everybody was hurt. My brother had broken his kneecap. My sister had gone through between the 2 seats. My dad's legs had come up and hit the dashboard, and he had split the dashboard in 2 places, all the way up to the top padding. My mother, who was not wearing a seat belt, hit the windshield and broken the windshield. I got them out. Of course, it's snowing at this point. I go to check on the other car. The kid driving had a cut on his nose. The kid who was a passenger was okay. And of course, we're in the middle of the country. There's no farmhouse around, so I ended up running about 3 miles to 3 farmhouses. Finally got to one, called the police, called for an ambulance, and then they took me back to the car. And by the time I got back to the car, somebody else, 2 other cars had come along. They took my brother and sister to where we were going, and so the state trooper shows up, the sheriff shows up, and I'm still managing the scene pretty much because my parents are hurt, and I'm really mad because this kid could not stand up. He smelled like alcohol, and back then you could not force him to take a breathalyzer test. 6 days later, January 1st of 1968, the law went into effect that it was mandatory if a policeman wanted you to, but it was 6 days before. And I said to the state trooper, I said, when you get him to the hospital, get a breathalyzer test and find out how much alcohol is in his system. Well, he refused. And I had so much adrenaline in my body, I wasn't feeling anything.
You didn't realize you were hurt?
No. And I got to where we were going for Christmas dinner at about 4 o'clock in the afternoon. The accident occurred at about 11:15. And we had dinner. The car was not drivable. We'd had to call a tow truck, and of course on Christmas Day there aren't any tow trucks in Peru, Indiana, which is a small town of about 10,000 people. It was a mess. It was just a goat rodeo from start to finish, trying to get all this fixed. And the next day I woke up and I couldn't walk. I was in so much agony and pain I couldn't walk. They took me to the doctor. He said, I can't do it. Take him to Fort Wayne. I went to Fort Wayne, where I saw a spine specialist. And after taking a bunch of x-rays and doing tests, he says, you've torn all the muscles in your lower back. They're never going to heal. They'll heal scar tissue. And gave me some medicine and said, see the doctor when you get back to the Naval Academy. And he said, you're going to have a bad back for the rest of your life. And I was 19 at the time, just turned 19, 3 months earlier. So I go back to Naval Academy. I go to sick bay. I see the doctor, and he says, yeah, your back's bad. Here's some muscle relaxers, take them. And by the end of my junior year, second class year, I had been to sick bay between January and end of May. I'd been to sick bay about 40 times. They'd done everything. They had a back brace. They'd done everything they could to help me. And I went on first class cruise, and I go on to the USS Randolph. And on the USS first class cruise is designed for you to be an officer and take an officer's role on board ship and do the duties of an officer. So I was assigned, you have 3 rotations: operations, deck, and then the engine room, boiler rooms. And my first assignment was in air intelligence. I was working for a lieutenant commander named Philip Evans. And Commander Evans was my savior. He ended up being my mentor throughout my entire Navy career, as it turns out. But I took to intelligence like a fish to water. And I knew when I went on that first class cruise that I was going to be not physically qualified for a commission when I graduated, that I was going to be in real trouble finding a commission. I'd be lucky to graduate because of my back. And those first 2 weeks were phenomenal. I took to everything. Every task he gave me, I was able to do and complete well. And after about 10 days, I went to him and I said, Commander, I know that I'm not going to get commissioned in a warfare specialty. I'm not going to be able to fly. I'm not going to be able to do anything as a warfare officer. And I said, I'd like to be in intelligence. I don't want to be a supply officer. I don't want to go in public affairs. You know, I'm not smart enough to be in the civil engineering corps, so will you ask the captain if I can stay in air intelligence for the entire cruise, which was an eight-week cruise, and let me learn as much about intelligence as I can, because intelligence is something that I'd really like to explore in depth. No sense sending me to operations or the deck division or to engineering. It's of no use because I'm not going to be able to do that. It made sense. The captain agreed. They started a top secret on me, and I stayed in intelligence the entire cruise. And I learned air intelligence, I learned photographic interpretation, I learned photography from the photo lab. They taught me how to use a Leica, which was a single lens. It wasn't a single lens reflex, and it was a rangefinder, so you didn't know what the you wasn't like a SLR right now where you can see everything. Mm-hmm. You had to anyway, I learned how to take pictures, and we were running carrier qualifications, so I would take pictures of airplanes landing. One of the things I remember doing was we had to sort through and collate IBM cards that had a negative on the IBM card of every landing field in the world. So he said, you got to go through and sort these out by country, and then alphabetize them by inside the country. There were only about 2,000 of these things. So I did. I got that done and completed a number of other things for him. And he said, here's my number, and I want you to call me when it comes time for you to do service selection. So I got some vacation that summer, and I go back in the fall, and another disaster strikes. Second week, we're at
this is your senior year.
My
now.
Senior year, and it's supposed to be. This is supposed to be the downhill slide to graduation. And we come back from leave, and our company officer is new to the Naval Academy. He's not a Naval Academy graduate. He's a Marine captain with a Purple Heart and a couple of Bronze Stars. He'd been in Vietnam, and he'd come to the academy because he'd impressed the new commandant. And I mean, it was ugly as seniors. He really took us to task. And then 2 weeks in, we were at the home of a Navy captain whose daughter was engaged to my plebe year roommate. And there was beer, and I mean, it was a terrific birthday party. And I didn't like beer. I liked something that was sweet. I'd gotten hooked on those John Collinses with bourbon. And I had somebody shoved a beer in my hand. I had one sip of it, set it down. That was all I had. It's Friday night. Well, Monday morning, an officer comes in and goes right to the commandant. He's not in our battalion. And he goes right to the commandant and says, we have a terrible incident that's occurred over the weekend. And he tells the commandant about this party. This party was 6.7 miles from the Chapel Dome. And with 7 miles of the Chapel Dome, you couldn't drink. You're getting the idea here. There were 28 of us in the company. Of the 28 of us, 21 of us were at this party. The other 7 were doing other things that Friday night. And we got leave on Friday night as a first class, or Liberty. And by the end of the day on Monday, all 21 of us had 120 demerits. And you were only allowed 150 demerits your senior year, your first class year. And you could get demerits very easily. I mean, if you had your cap on wrong, that's an automatic 5 demerits. You know, unpressed uniform, 10. It was very easy to run afoul of the disciplinary system. I'd been very good. I'd only, during my first 3 years, I'd only had to restrict one weekend. So I'd been a good boy in terms of the discipline. And all of a sudden, we had lost our privileges as first class, and we were restricting. Every weekend, starting Friday night, we were restricting. And we had to go make restriction musters every hour on the hour in the rotunda. And the officer of the day would inspect us. So every hour on the hour, we're in the rotunda in whatever the uniform of the day is, and the officer would take 15 minutes to inspect us. This was a restriction squad. And then we could go back to our rooms. We had to be in our rooms. We weren't allowed out of our rooms unless we were going to the head. And then, you know, so you got back to your room about 30 minutes after the hour. Mm-hmm. And you had 15 minutes, and then about 15, you know, about quarter of, you had to get yourself in the uniform of the day and make sure you didn't have anything wrong, because if you got inspected and
more demerits.
Something wrong, there's more demerits. So we were, you know, we were really what they call in extremis. And and on the weekends it was really ugly, because starting 1 o'clock on Saturday afternoon until midnight, we had to make restriction musters every hour on the hour except for dinner, evening meal. And this went on for 6 weekends. And after 6 weekends, we didn't have to restrict anymore. We weren't allowed to go to football games our senior year because we were considered persona non grata because of this heinous offense that we had committed. We didn't know it at the time, but the head chaplain, Father Jake Laboon, who later had a ship named after him, had gone to the superintendent and had said, "This is wrong." And the superintendent had put the word out that none of us were to be thrown out of the academy unless we had another major infraction, which meant we had to do something that earned us 40 demerits. And one of our classmates did. But I ended up getting another 20 demerits just on small stuff, non-reg glasses, unpressed uniform, unshined shoes. They were shined, but we had officers looking for us, right, to try to get us thrown out. We made it through. 27 of us made it through, and I had to, the day before graduation, I slept in, and I got caught. And my company officer, who was the officer of the day we graduated, made me come to his office at 6 o'clock in the morning, the day we graduated, 6 o'clock in the morning, in my uniform, in my White Works uniform, not my graduation uniform. And he'd come by our room. We were packing up. When we graduated, we weren't going back to our rooms. We were done. And I'd filled my cruise box, and I was, at 3 o'clock in the morning, he's going by our room, and my roommate and I are still packing stuff up in our cruise boxes, which were outside our room, which would meet us at our first duty station. And he comes in, and we brace up, and he says, "You guys ready for graduation?" And we said, "Yes, sir." And he says, "You getting packed up?" He says, "Make sure this room's clean." "Yes, sir." And he started to leave, and I said, "Captain." He turned around. I said, "You still want to see me in 3 hours?" He said, "I certainly do." It was the day we graduated, 6 o'clock in the morning. I go to the officer of the day office. He's asleep. And the company officer of the day, he was up there. He said, "He's asleep." And I said, "Well, what do you want me to do? He's got to know that I'm here." So he said, "Well, he said, frankly, it's your butt. You want to knock on his door and wake him up, that's up to you." And I said, "Well, he told me to come, and I'm not going to get more demerits." So I went in, I woke him up, and he was one irritated Marine captain. And I said, "Sir, I'm reporting as ordered." He looked at me, he says, I won't say it on the video, but there were a string of profanities. It ended by, "Get out of here." And I did, went back to my room, threw my uniform in the cruise box, got into my graduation uniform, and we were ready to march over at 10 o'clock in the morning. And that's the day I graduated. And the picture I gave you is when I got my ensign bars, and I put on my non-reg glasses again for the first time. And I had during the year, I'd failed the physical, my first class year. I failed the physical for my back, and they sent me to Naval Academy Hospital, failed it over there. They then sent me to Bethesda, Maryland, and I failed it up there. And this was, by the time I got to Bethesda, was January of 1969. Now, service selection was in February. Service selection was always about a month after the end of the semester because they figured class rank at that point. And so I go to Bethesda, and they say, there's nothing we can do for you except fuse your back. We want to fuse 4 areas in your back. It's called a laminectomy. And I said, I was with a lieutenant commander at the time. I said, am I ever going to get better? I was in a back brace when I went to see him. I had this back brace with metal stays in the back to help keep my back stable because it was really unstable. And he said, no, you won't, but we may relieve some of the pain. I said, sir, I'm only 21 years old. I'm not real sure I want to do something like this that is not going to let me get better for the rest of my life. And he said, well, this is what we want you to do. I said, sir, I respectfully decline. Well, that really made him mad. So he took me up to the head of the department, who was a Navy captain. And the Navy captain read me the riot act about, I should have this operation. And I didn't know anything about it, but as they described it, it didn't sound like something I wanted to do. And I said, sir, I really don't want any part of this. It's not for me. And he said, you got to go see the admiral. Good Lord, enough is enough. So I go in to see the admiral, and the admiral was nicer than the other 2 officers, and he sat me down, and he said, son, your back is bad, and it's going to be bad for the rest of your life, and we can do this surgery. You're right, it's not going to get better, but it may reduce your pain and stop you having to take some of this medicine, because I was on muscle relaxers. Mm-hmm. And I said, Admiral, I really am going to hold out and hope that something comes along in 10 years or so that it will help me get better. And he said, I respect that. So they marked me down not physically qualified to be commissioned as a naval officer. And this was probably the end of January, right toward the end of the semester. So now I'm in a bind because I don't have I can't go to service selection night, and it's done by class rank, and you starts with number 1 in the class, and you go down, and I don't have I can't make a service selection. I don't have a field. I've got to petition the Navy to get a field, and I mean I'm kind of in a pickle. I'm in no man's land. So I called Commander Evans. And he had been promoted at this point. He was on the staff of the
that's the intelligence officer.
He was on the staff of Chief of Naval Intelligence. He said, I want you to call the detailer. I called him, and he had already paved the way. His name was Chapin, Lieutenant Chapin. And he interviewed me over the phone, and he had Commander Evans' recommendation, and he says, well, I think you'd be perfect for intelligence. We really want you to come in, but I've got to explain one thing. Chief of Naval Intelligence expects you to be able to stand bridge watches and become a qualified junior officer of the deck on every ship you're on, which are going to be aircraft carriers. I said, sir, all due respect, I'm not going to be able to do that. And he said, why? I said, because I can't stand in one position for much more than 10 to 15 minutes. I have to sit down. My back goes into spasm, and I go into significant pain. And he said, that's a problem. He said, we can't take you in intelligence. I said, sir, can't you make an exception? And he said, well, if I did, all you'd get would be the best duty stations in the world, and I'm not going to do that to you. And I said, well, what's wrong with that? And he says, I'm just not going to do it. So I called Commander Evans again, and he called Lieutenant Chapin, and beat on him a little bit, and Chapin wouldn't budge. So Evans called me back at the Naval Academy a month later. Now we're at the end of, we're now in the middle of March. Everybody in my class has their service selection. Mm-hmm. They know what they're going to do, and I'm still trying to find somebody who'll take me. And I have to commission, commission the Navy or petition the Navy to let me come in. So Evans calls me back and he says, I want you to go see this lieutenant commander in the Naval Security Group. And I said, what's a Naval Security Group? He says, you'll like it. I said, well, what do? He says, they're a form of intelligence. You go. Well, I said, all right. So I got my car, drove up to Chief of Naval Personnel and interviewed with this lieutenant commander. And he interviewed me. He says, well, yeah. He says, based on what Commander Evans said and what you've told me, you'd be good for intelligence. You've already got an 8-week start on it. And we don't get many officers like that. So what I'm going to have you do is I want you to go over to our headquarters, which is on Nebraska Avenue, which was an hour away in Washington, D.C. traffic. And I want you to interview with so-and-so. And I said, sir, what happens then? And he said, well, after the interview, he'll call me and tell me what he thinks, and if this is for your clearance, and if he thinks you're going to get a clearance, he'll call me, and then I'll call you and tell you that we've accepted you. I said, well, do I get a choice of where I'm going to go? He said, no. I said, what do you mean? I mean, everybody else got a choice. He says, this isn't like everybody else. You'll go where we send you. And I think about that for a minute, and I have no idea what I'm getting into. I have no idea what these guys do. Evans told me it was intelligence. I had no idea I was going to be at the pointy end of the spear more times than I could count. And I said, well, where have you been stationed? And so he tells me the duty stations that he'd been at, and one of them was in Japan at a place called Kamisea, which was about 60 minutes southwest of Tokyo. And I said, well, that sounds interesting. Would you tell me a little bit about that station? And he said, well, it used to be a Japanese radio signals intelligence place, and we took it over after the war, and that's where we are. I said, that sounds really fascinating. It's the only one that he had mentioned that sounded halfway interesting. So I go back to the Naval Academy. Well, then what I did was I went to interview at headquarters. And I meet this former Maryland State Trooper, and he stands about 6'6", and is the most imposing figure I've ever met. I mean, the shirt is busting out. I mean, he looks like an atlas. And he sits me down, and he's got one of those buzz cut hairdos that was waxed up. And he says, son, I'm going to ask you some questions, and you better not lie to me. You understand that? And I said, yes, sir. And he said, all right. And he proceeded to ask me a series of questions, the nature of which I'm not going to go into because it's not fun. But after about 45 minutes of this, I had perspired through my uniform. I was more terrified than I'd been when I looked at him first. And he said, all right, we're done. He says, I'll call Lieutenant Commander Ed Stein, who you talked to, and tell him what I think. I said, well, can you tell me? He says, no. So I go back to the Naval Academy, and I have no idea what's going on. And I think I'm going to get a call from Lieutenant Commander Stein, because I'm in somewhat of a hurry here to try to find something to do, otherwise I'm not going to get commissioned. Right. And about 3 days go by, and I'm jumping through my skin at this point, and I got a call from Stein, and he says, okay. He said, you passed the interview. We're going to start a top secret special intelligence crypto on you, and which is the highest clearance level you can get in the United States. You get access to anything on a special basis. And you'll get your orders soon. I said, what do you mean soon? He said, you'll get your orders soon. I said, can you tell me where? No. So April and May go by, and we're going to graduate on June 4th. And on May 31st, the day after, this is June week, what we call June week now. It's June 1st. I got them. Memorial Day was a Sunday. And on June 1st, my orders came in. I had no clue where I was going. I'm packing up. Everything is packed. I have no idea where I'm going. Everybody else knows where they're headed, what they're going to do, and I am at loose ends. And I get my orders, and they're to Kamisea, Japan, via Pensacola, Florida, where I'm to go through the officer indoctrination course and what they called ComSec, or Communications Security. And then I'm to proceed to Travis Air Force Base for travel to Yokota, Japan, and then I make my way from Yokota down to Kamisea, which was going to be my first duty station.
That's the most exciting college experiences I've ever heard. Can we take a break just for a moment then? Yes, we're back from break, and as we left, it was you're going to be stationed, I think, at Kamisea,
Japan.
Yes.
It was very famous during World War II as a Japanese listening post against the Allied forces, and they were in tunnels. They were actually below ground, and they had huge earthen berms built over them, and that's where the base was. And I was assigned there. I finally got there in mid-September as a junior officer on board the station, and I was assigned to the Manual Morse Division. Had 180 people, and we basically had 40 people, about 45 people who worked 24/7, 365. When they were in Manual Morse, and they sat at listening stations. This is all not declassified now, so I'm not telling you anything that you can't read about. They sat at listening stations with headphones on their head in front of a Cyrillic typewriter and copied down Morse code that they heard in the air. Our job in the Naval Security Group was to monitor electromagnetic phenomena as it occurs in the atmosphere that's either natural or unnatural, meaning man-made communications. This goes all the way. Goes all the way back to World War II. So I'm not saying anything out of.
And we're talking about a time period now, though, Tom, of around September of '70.
No, it's September of 1969. So Vietnam is going strong. We were focused more on the Cold War mission at the time. Our location was on the eastern side of Japan, and we had North Korea there. We had Sea of Japan. We had Russians up in Vladivostok, Petropavlovsk, on the Kamchatka Peninsula. So it was a Cold War mission. And my first assignment, as I said, was to the Manual Morse Division. I worked for Lieutenant J.G. I was an ensign. Worked for Lieutenant J.D. named Tom Rush, and he started to school me on how to be a naval officer in the Naval Security Group. And I was in the job for about a month, and as the junior officer on board the station, the skipper had an assignment to send one officer to a detail up in Tachikawa Air Force Base, where we were to destroy $40 million worth of script. And they had just gone to cache in all the U.S. bases in Japan. And so they had this script that you had to exchange script for cash. So a dollar of script was worth a dollar of cash. So they'd recovered $40 million of this exchange, and we had armed guards around us. And I was the junior officer at this exercise, and we had to count 10% of the total $40 million. So we counted $4 million, and we used cash counting, and we had to count by hand. And it took us about 10 days to get all this done and get it into burn bags, throw it into the incinerator. And every time we left, we had an armed guard looking over our shoulder 100% of the time while we were there, so that it was impossible for any of us to squirrel away script into our pockets so that they could later exchange it for money. It never occurred to me. I mean, I came out of the Naval Academy, and the honor code was something that I lived by, so it was never an issue for me. But that's what happened. So I did. That was an interesting part of my life. Was my father was a banker, my grandfather was a banker, and here I am burning $40 million worth of script. And I told them that story later. They laughed. But my first 9 months were generally uneventful in there, except for one period. And it was a period when, if you read Blind Man's Bluff, Blind Man's Bluff is about how submarines are used in espionage for the U.S., and it was collecting intelligence. And every attack submarine had a Naval Security Group detachment on board about 2 yards from the captain. And we weren't there for looks. So, they would go places where you would not think they would go. And it's all detailed in Blind Man's Bluff. And in Blind Man's Bluff, in the chapter called Here She Comes, it's a story of an underwater collision between the USS Tautog and a Russian attack submarine. And a friend of mine, Captain Scott Leidig, who was on the softball team with me, and he played third base because he was a tough Marine and he could handle those balls coming at him at third base, and I was the shortstop. We became good friends, or more than casual friends, I would say. And Scott was on the Tautog. He was a Russian linguist. He'd been in Vietnam, had been injured. He got his choice of duty when he came out. He went to Russian language school and came to Camisea as a Marine officer and was in special operations, which in the Naval Security Group meant you were on detachments. And we had detachments in the air and on subs and on surface ships. And in the USS Tautog had this undersea collision. And the undersea collision with the Akula, and they thought the Akula sunk. They were listening to the death throes of a boat going down, but they tore off all the communications equipment that was in the sail of the Tautog. And I didn't know at the time that it was the Tautog and it was Scott. But for 36 hours, I was giving my skipper, I was giving the watch officer, who in turn was telling the skipper, I was telling him where the Tautog was, and I wasn't communicating with the Tautog. So interpret that I was getting it from somewhere else, and I was. And I found out later, when I read the book Blind Man's Bluff, when it came out, I read that chapter, and I said, that's why I was getting what we called stutter nines. And it was a signal that I've said too much. I'm just going to stop and say, I knew I had tracked a U.S. submarine for 36 hours, and I never knew it was Scott. And it was Scott. And that was what had happened. They ended up taking the Tautog back to Pearl and took her in at night and put her in a covered bay so that nobody could see her, and swore everybody to secrecy about the accident. And no one ever knew about it outside of the crew until Blind Man's Bluff came out. And all of a sudden, I'm seeing the results of the Naval Security Group. And Scott was in the book. It's in the book called Here She Comes. And I remember the incident very clearly. And then in January of 1970, I got this idea that maybe I wanted to fly again. And I had an opportunity to be an observer on an EC-121 that did electronic surveillance in the Sea of Japan, or whatever route they were assigned. And I decided I wanted to take a look, and they let me. So I went up in the EC-121. It was called a Willie Fudd, and had an antenna on top and a big dome underneath it. And the route took us up toward Vladivostok, over the Sea of Japan, then down along the Russian coast, and then off the North Korean coast. And on April 15th of 1969, the North Koreans had shot down an EC-121. People probably don't even know that. And so when that happened, of course, there was a big flail, and everybody wanted to know why there weren't any airplanes to support the EC-121, and they just changed the standard operating procedure. And the SOP became that if two MiGs broke ground in North Korea and headed out toward the Sea of Japan, if we had a surveillance flight up there, they were to go down to 200 feet. Well, we were about 70 or 80 miles off the coast of North Korea, and I'm an observer in a flight suit watching what's going on. And all of a sudden, I see one of the operators put his hand up, and the OIC went over there and he took off like a shot to the cockpit. The next thing I know, this airplane, I hear him throttle back, and the airplane is nosed over what felt like a 45-degree dive. We were at about 21,000 feet, and we're headed for the surface. Two MiGs had broken ground and headed out toward the Sea of Japan. And we were notified of that. I'm not going to tell you how, but we got notified of that, found out, got notified, and we headed to the surface. And I mean, that was the ride of a lifetime. It was get down to 200 feet as fast as you can without tearing the wings off. They didn't care about the antenna on top. Just get down where you were below radar range, because the North Korean MiGs did not have radar. They worked off of ground radar at that point. And so if you were down low, the ground radar couldn't pick you up. And we got down to what they said was 200 feet. When I looked out the window, I swear we were about 25 feet off the water, because I could see the propellers making, there was froth behind the propellers. And we got back to Atsugi, and that ended my career of wanting to fly in the Naval Security Group in detachments. I decided I really didn't want to do that anymore. And so my career went on at Camisea, and I was put on, the next exciting thing that happened to me was I had a special duty as a burn officer for the Pueblo communications. Remember, the Pueblo incident had occurred in 1968, 1968. And the crew had been released in 1969. And the court of inquiry took place in 1969 for Commander Booker. And they recommended him for court-martial, and the Secretary of the Navy said, no, man's been through enough, that's it. And I'm not going to get into that. I have my own opinions about Booker and the Pueblo, and I knew a whole bunch of officers who were involved in building up to the Pueblo and outfitting the AGERs. suffice it to say, the decision came down that we were to burn all of the communications with the Pueblo, and the Pueblo was terminated with Camisea on the day they were captured, and it was real time. I mean, back then, we know real time FaceTime right now, where you do use your iPhones to do that. We could do the same thing, but with teletype. So we were in actual teletype communications with.
When he was captured?
With the Pueblo. And so we were told we had to burn all this stuff. And there were like 60 boxes of communication rolls. So we had to take all these messages out, crumple them up, put them into a burn bag, and then go take them to the incinerator. And that took about 10 days. But I was going through one box, and I came across the final OPSCON, Operations Control Circuit, that message from the Pueblo. And it said, "Nork's coming into the spaces. They're beating down the doors right now. Pray for us. BT, Bravo Tango." And that in Navy communications, that means nothing follows. And it just gave me a chill that I was now destroying all of this material. And I did. We burned all the stuff. But that was a poignant part of my junior career as an ensign and at Camisea. In June of 1970, I was transferred from the Manual Morse Division to what's called non-Morse, which means it's not Morse code, it's something else. And let me just take you through a little bit about how this works. If you're not using Morse code, which is very simple, dit and dot, you have to send signals out using an electrical impulse, which turns into a bit or a byte, either a 0 or a 1. Same thing as coding right now with computers. And that turns into a bit stream, and a bit stream gets captured. It turns into facts, and then you can relate facts with something else, and then you have intelligence. You know, in other words, get it, know it, and use it. Non-Morse code was in the business of collecting bit streams. I can say this because on the cover, when I gave a speech in 2006 at Northern Kentucky University, I used a slide that said, here's what intelligence is, and it's right off of the National Security Agency website. So I'm not giving you anything that's classified right now. It came off of their website. They talk about collecting signals intelligence. And signals intelligence means anything electronic. Anything. It can be telemetry for a missile, it can be radar, it can be laser, it can be anything that's electronic. Communication intelligence, which is what I was in, was anything that has to do with sending information. And so that's the the branch that I was in. And my designator was cryptology, and cryptology means encoding and decoding, and part of my clearance was that. And then you get into cryptanalysis, which is cryptanalysis is when you collect information, you then have to decrypt it. Mm-hmm. And we were in that business as well. You know all the stories about the Enigma machine and how we broke that in World War II. And a logical person can make the assumption that we continued to get more sophisticated in what we did. And so that's the world of electronic intelligence and how we use it in cryptology, cryptography, and cryptanalysis. And it was, I thought it was pretty straightforward, but when I got into non-Morse, I came into a whole new world of communication intelligence, and I loved it, absolutely loved it. And when I was due for my fitness report on June 30th. And that was about a year. I'd made Lieutenant JG, and I was, I was due in July. It was July of 1970. And I met with my commanding officer, who was Captain Pat March, and he was one of the 3 Naval Security Group officers who sat on the Court of Inquiry for Commander Booker. And he had a very, very strong negative opinion about Booker. And I'm not getting into that, but his name was Captain Patrick March. He's interred at the Naval Academy right now, and I send a wreath to the columbarium every year in his name, because he mentored me a lot during my career in the Naval Security Group. And Captain March called me in for my fitness report and said, "Tom, they've made a decision that we're going to close Camisea." And I said, "Okay." And he said, "We're going to take the non-Morse division is going to Okinawa, and everybody else is going to go to Misawa, which is up on Hokkaido, which is the northern island of Japan." And he said, "You want to go to Misawa with us?" And I said, "Well, what am I going to do in Misawa?" He said, "I don't know, but it was one of those things again where you're going to have to figure it out." And I said, "Skipper, how about a third alternative?" He says, "Oh, you can also, I can just tell the detailer or send you wherever they have a slot." And I thought, oh man, here we go again. And I said, "Well, why don't you let me take the non-Morse division to Okinawa?" I said, "Are you sending any people down there with the equipment?" Because we had each bay, each position, we had 16 positions, and each bay were 4 racks, and each rack was 2 foot square, 8 feet tall, and it was with solid equipment, floor to ceiling. And you get the idea of how big it was. And he said, "Yes, we're sending some of the chiefs down and some of our senior petty officers." I said, "Why don't you let me go with them? They know me. I understand the division. Let me take it down and get it started up." And he said, "Well, I didn't think of that." He says, "Let me check with your superior officers and I'll get back to you. And I also want to call the commanding officer down in Okinawa." So about 2 weeks later, I get a phone call.
Not Evans.
Huh? Just like, yeah. And he says, "Okay." He said, "Your division officer, your operations officer, the XO, and I agree that you're the man for the job. So you'll be responsible for starting this up in Okinawa." And I thought, wow, here I go. And it was a lieutenant's billet, and I was a junior lieutenant, junior grade. It's a first lieutenant in the Army and the Air Force and the Marine Corps. And I was going to be able to start up my own division and at a new place, and I was thrilled. And he said, you've got a tiger by the tail here. This is a big deal. You're going to have about 80 kids coming in from school who don't even know what a position looks like, let alone know how to run it. You're going to have to train them, teach them how to be sailors, as well as teach them how to work in this craft. I said, okay. I said, I'm up for it. I had no clue what I was getting into, but anything but going to Misawa or getting tossed into the wind again. I did not want any part of that. So here I was, lieutenant junior grade, going to Okinawa, and I was absolutely thrilled. I had a fella call me up in August that year named Jim O'Connor. And Jim O'Connor was on the USS Liberty, June of 1967, when the Israelis spent 4 hours trying to sink her and strafing it. And I found out the story later from Jim. Jim and I became lifelong friends, and he was my sponsor. He helped me get moved and take care of all the logistics. And so off I went. It was, I think, November of 1970. I'm packed up. I've got my car there. I'd bought a used car when I got to Camisea, and I was taking it to Okinawa because I couldn't afford the exchange, and they were more expensive in Okinawa because that's an island. and it was still run by the U.S. We had not given it back to Japan yet. And it was a right-hand drive, and they drove on the right side down in Okinawa, so I was going to be on the wrong side of the car when I got there. But I shipped the car anyway. And I got to Okinawa, and I was greeted by Jim. Got set up in a hotel that we could find a quarters. And I go to meet the commanding officer, and I met him. His name was John K. Copperthwaite. And his nickname was Smiling Jack, and everybody either called him the skipper or the old man. And I go in to meet him, and he said, "So you're the new Ops Delta officer?" And I'm standing at attention. This is not a casual conversation. And he said, "Well, welcome to Okinawa. I want you to know that no off-island leave will be authorized in the foreseeable future until we get everything under control. And that means you. No officers are allowed off-island leave." And I had a whole bunch of leave on the books. I didn't take any leave en route. I'd left Japan, went to Okinawa. I had, 45, 50 days leave built up. And if you get over 60 days and you go past June 30th, you lose it. It's use it or lose it. And I thought, uh-oh, what have I gotten myself into? So I started, we were in a brand new building. I had the chiefs from Japan with me, and I had some senior petty officers, and the new troops started to come in. We were getting the equipment installed. We were installing it on computer decking, which were 2-foot square pieces of deck that were positioned 18 inches off the concrete floor. We were on the second deck of this building. So that you could run cable trays underneath, because you ran cable for everything, and you had to run air conditioning underneath because the positions, each one of those positions took up a 2-foot by 2-foot square block, and at the top of the position was a fan that sucked air through all that equipment, which was all vacuum tubes at the time, some transistors, but not a whole lot. And so the cold air would get pulled up to the position, and by the time it got to the position, the exit fan at the top, it was about 110 degrees, and it was like 50 degrees underneath the floor. And the floor was, of course, it was the decking was so heavy. Each one of those floor plates weighed about 30 pounds, and you couldn't pick them up with a screwdriver. You had to have two vacuum handles to pick up each one of those squares. So we had hundreds of miles of cable that were run in that building, and the division was called Operations Delta, and we did a lot of things at the time to memorialize the opening of Operations Delta, and I left you some photographs of when we opened it up, of the ribbon cutting and getting started and briefing the captain on what we were doing, because the captain had no idea what we were about to get into. And I remember my first mistake. When I got there, I sent a message out to NSA confirming that we had the processing and reporting part of all this, which meant the cryptanalysis guys were all set. And it was just a simple message that we were up and running, which is what I had to do. And the old man called me in the next day. He said, "I just want to make it clear, nobody signs messages here but me. You understand that?" I said, "Yes, sir." Loud and clear. I never sent another message out without the old man signing off on it. And we had to send out a lot. But I was a Lieutenant JG in the lieutenant's position. And I stayed in that position from November, when we started it up, until, I think it was August of 1971, when the old man said, maybe July, and the old man said, "You've been in this position long enough. You've started it up. It's running extremely well. I'm very proud of you. You haven't, made too many mistakes." I'd had one issue where I had Achilles tendon surgery, and I was in a cast, and I was in my office, and there were 10 people in the office. I was behind a little panel, and we had a maintenance officer who likes to go up and check the meters on all of our receivers, and each bay had 8 receivers on it. So we had 16, each position had 8 receivers in it, so multiply that by 16, and I had a VU meter on it, which is an amplitude meter, and he'd come down and tell me how many times they were pegged, and the guys would tune them in such a way so that they had, the signal was good enough that we could get it. And the VU meters didn't mean anything. 3/4 of them were, or I don't know how many were broken. We never bothered fixing them. We didn't put in a maintenance kit to fix them. And he'd come in and give me a count every morning how many VU meters were pegged. And he was senior to me, so I had to say, yeah, and I'll work on it. And I'd look at the Master Chief, and he'd grimace, and we wouldn't do anything. And one day he comes in, and I'm behind the panel, and my yeoman says, "Attention on deck." And the only person that you stand up for in a place is the old man. And I figured, what is the old man doing in here? So I pushed my chair back from my desk, and my cast got caught in underneath this metal chair that had wheels on it. I go tumbling off the chair. I'm laying there on the floor, and there's the maintenance officer who came in to tell us how many VU meters were pegged, and my yeoman is there laughing his butt off. So I picked my crutch up, and I threw it at the wall, and I threw it to miss him, and it did, and it rebounded back, but it terrified him at first, and then he laughed, and I laughed, and that's how I got my nickname, which was Typhoon Tommy. And that stayed with me for the rest of my career, and it is with us to this day. So in the summer, I'd been in the job for 8 months, and the old man knew that I had done a good job, and he said, "Look, your academy, you're doing well. I need to get you into the admin job, because anybody who's going to be a commanding officer needs to be in administration." And I didn't like the idea of being the admin officer for the base, which was a lot of paperwork, and I didn't like paperwork. I soon learned that I had to get very good at it, and I did. I learned how to proofread, and the way I had to proofread the plan of the day was to read backwards so I could find any spelling mistakes, because then we had to put them on a lithograph and run them off, and I had to write and proof the plan of the day every day. And the old man and the XO would read it, and if there was a mistake, God help you. And only once in 7 months did I have a mistake happen. The only thing that happened there was my mother got me in trouble, and I'll be real quick. She had an Air Force officer volunteer to send some beef to me on Okinawa from Grissom Air Force Base, and he did, but it got offloaded in Thailand, and the guy who was head of the commissary in Thailand was a commander in the Navy who was a supply officer, and he got called out at 3 in the morning to get this beef. And so I'm the admin officer, and I keep getting these nasty phone calls from Thailand, and my yeoman kept hanging up on him because he'd swear when he'd call. And so I finally took the call, and after being yelled and screamed at for 5 to 6 minutes, we got down to it, and the only thing left from this shipment that my mother did was a steamer and a tin of chocolate chip cookies. And I eventually recovered them, but that was the big incident when I was the admin officer. And I guess we're going to stop here and take a break.
Take a break, yes, sir. All right, we have changed locations here at the Cincinnati Hamilton County Public Library, and today's date is the following day, the 4th of April 2019, and we're continuing our interview with United States Navy veteran Tom Schram. Good to see you again, Tom.
Good to be here. Thank you for doing this.
Oh, my goodness. Well, yesterday, if I remember correctly, you had just been transferred to the peninsula at Okinawa. Is that correct?
That is correct. And I had spoken about my first assignment there, which was to continue the work that I had been doing at Kamiseya, Japan. And the base at Kamiseya was known as Naval Security Group Activity Kamiseya, or NSGA. And I was transferred to NSGA Hansa Okinawa. We were located on the Yomitan Peninsula with a circular disposed antenna array with a clear line of sight over the East China Sea, and the circular disposed antenna array was designed to be able to capture signals that were coming in a 360-degree arc. So it was all high frequency, and we had a 2-band, a low band, and a high band, and I provided the library with a photograph of the facility there. And just to start, I want to say that my time at NSGA Hansa really made me a good naval officer. I thought I was a good one at Kamiseya. I had certainly impressed my superiors enough to let them, to encourage, give them confidence to let me bring that entire division of 120 people to Hansa, start it up, get it going, keep it going. And I was really in a very senior lieutenant's billet, and I was a junior lieutenant, junior grade. So I distinguished myself enough in that job to get promoted. But I had a number of experiences at Hansa which defined my Navy career and really launched me to the next step. While I was in what we called Operations Delta, or non-Morse, I had impressed the captain enough that I had potential, and he decided that I needed to be an administrative officer, because if I was ever going to command a base, I needed to understand how administration worked. And when I took over the job as admin officer, I explained about how I had to do the plan of the day previously. But we were in a unique situation. We were in the height of Vietnam, and we had people in the hallways. We didn't have enough space. I mean, we literally had people in hallways working, and we were getting more and more men at the station. At that point, we had probably almost 400 people in a space that was designed for about 250, and we had a problem. So one of my first duties when I was as the admin officer was I designed a building that would be added on to the facility. It would be in an L shape so that we could accommodate all of the new tasking that we had received. And we drew up some plans, regular architectural plans, and I sold the captain on the idea, and he said, okay, fine, take the executive officer with you. And I thought, that was a little strange. I'm a young lieutenant junior grade, and this was January of 1972. He says, take the XO with you and go back to headquarters and sell it. Now, headquarters was at 3801 Nebraska Avenue. That's where the Department of Homeland Security is now. And I was to go back there with the XO. We had to travel in uniform, and I was also a special intelligence courier, because back then we didn't have the internet, and when you had collected a lot of paper, you had to transmit it or physically carry it. So I was carrying an SI courier card, and that meant I had a briefcase strapped to my wrist, and I had all the classified material in there, which was wrapped up. It was double wrapped, and I also had a toothbrush and a cribbage board and some other things to amuse myself along the trip. We flew from Okinawa to Tokyo to Haneda. We flew commercial from there to Anchorage, and from Anchorage to Chicago, where we had to catch an airplane to Washington, D.C. And in Chicago, I had my one and only brush with how violent, volatile, and anti-war our country really was. We were coming down the walkway, the gateway from our airplane going to our next one, and there were a gang of Hare Krishna demonstrators right there at the end of the concourse. I don't know, it looked like there were probably 10 to 15 of them, and all long hair, hippie dresses, peace symbols, and we had read about this kind of thing, but we'd never come face to face with it. At least I hadn't. I had not been back to the United States in 2 years. And as we started to get close to them, a young girl ran up to me and spit on my uniform. And I was astounded, and I had pretty fast reflexes at the time, and my first reaction was I threw the briefcase at her. I forgot that the briefcase was handcuffed to my wrist, and when I did that, the briefcase came right back at me, hit me in the chest, and I'd realized what had happened, and I had a right hook going at her. She was just stunned and was standing there stupefied, and I had a right hook going right at her, and I was going to level her. And my XO, who stood 6'6" and weighed about 280, grabbed my right arm as I was coming down like this, and I would have leveled her, and he hooked my right shoulder, and I felt immense pain, and it's the only time in my life I lost my temper, and I really didn't know what was going on. I truly lost my temper. I finally came back to, I remember the XO wrapping me in a bear hug, and I was just incensed. I was beside myself. And I remember him saying to me, he had me off the floor. My feet were off the floor, kicking, and I finally came to my senses, and he says, "You going to calm down?" And I said, "She can't do that." He said, "They're gone." And apparently, me going berserk had scared them enough, they took off. And my right wrist was bleeding because I'd taken off about 2 inches of skin. And he says, "We got to get to the USO and get you taken care of." He said, "But I need to know you're okay." This is all while he's got me off the floor in a bear hug. I said, "Yes, sir, I will." So we got my hat, I got my service dress blue blouse back in order, and we went to the USO. They patched up my wrist, and I had to put the briefcase on my right wrist, and since I'm right-handed, that limited me a little bit. We got back to headquarters. I met my old skipper from Camisea, who was now the deputy commander of the Naval Security Group. He listened to our pitch, and he said, "Good luck." He says, "Go ahead and touch all the bases with everybody in headquarters, and I'll set up a meeting with the Admiral on Friday." We reported in on a Monday. And so we began touching all the bases with people, maintenance and operations, and got grilled by everybody. And finally, on Thursday, we met with the deputy again. His name was Captain Everson. He's known as Slim Everson. He had sailed in the China fleet and then had become an officer and was infamous in the Naval Security Group. And he was the gatekeeper to the Admiral. And at that point, he said, "Looks like you guys have done a pretty good job. I've run the trap lines, and I think you've got a good case, so I'm going to go ahead and let you talk to the Admiral tomorrow." We did. The Admiral said he was impressed with what we had, and he was going to have them include it in the budget. The plans stayed there, and we went back pretty pleased with ourselves that we'd sold this building. And we did. And the building was actually built 3.5 years later when I was at my next duty station. But I came back, before we left, while we were in with the Admiral, unbeknownst to me, the commanding officer had spot promoted me to Navy Lieutenant, which is a 03 or captain. I didn't know that this had happened. And I'd been selected for lieutenant, but I was not due to put it on until June of 19 June of 1972. And this was in January of 1972. And the admiral gets up and says, "Attention to orders," so everybody stands up. I don't know what in the world's going on. And he said, "Lieutenant J.G. Schram, front and center." And I'm absolutely befuddled at this point. So I walk up to the front, and he says, "You're out of uniform." And I'm now totally confused. And my face turned white, according to the XO. And he then read the orders, and I'd been promoted to lieutenant, and everybody congratulated me. And so I went back to Hansa with the XO. And when I got back, I had to have all my uniforms changed because I was now a lieutenant. And continued on in my job as administrative officer, but I was delving into a whole lot of things. The old man had me doing all kinds of special projects for him, and it was fun. I did a deployment while I was in the administrative officer position to Vietnam on a carrier, and I'll just leave it at that. It's not on my DD 214 because the Naval Security Group didn't keep track of deployments like that back in those days. During the time that I was at Okinawa, I was continuing my postgraduate education using the GI Bill. I'd started in Japan with the University of Hawaii Extension, where I got 9 graduate hours, and I had not taken the graduate test, which was like an SAT, to get into the School of Business. I kind of ducked that because I wasn't a good test taker. And from this oral interview, you can tell that I was, if I couldn't get something done, then I'd find a way around it. So I just didn't ask permission. And they caught up with me in Okinawa, and I had signed up for a course when I got to Okinawa over the Christmas holidays, and in 3 weeks I could get another 3 hours in economics, and I did, and I got an A in it. But the professor who was teaching it said, "We have to deal with the administration back in Manoa, which was the headquarters for the University of Hawaii Business School." And he said, "You're unique." He said, "You took the ATGSB, the test to get into Graduate School of Business, and I was 4 points below the minimum. It was 500, and I got a 496, and you could get all the way to 800. And I've told you the story about my SAT experiences. So you're 4 points below, you don't have all the prerequisites to get into business school because you're all Navy." And I said, "Well, sir, I've taken 3 courses now on management and leadership, and I've got 2 A's and a B. You've given me an A in economics. The next courses are on marketing and entrepreneurship, or behavioral science, which is leadership. I'm already enrolled in those." And he said, "Well, stay in them." And so he sent this letter back by mail, and of course mail takes a long time. I got into these next 2 courses while I was still the admin officer. I got an A in marketing and an A in leadership. So here I am after I now have 18 hours, and I'm more than halfway through to my master's degree, and they say, "You're not qualified to get into the program." And so that professor was tasked with the job of writing another letter to Manoa saying, "What are we going to do with this guy?" Because my next courses were in finance and accounting. And they said, "Well, he doesn't have to take an undergraduate course in marketing because he took the graduate course and got an A. Make him take an undergraduate course in accounting," which I did from the University of Maryland before the next courses started. So all along my time in Okinawa, I took courses that were taught, and they were taught 3 times a year, and there were 2 courses taught at a time. And so I kind of mixed and matched around deployments and assignments. And I continued on with my master's degree, ultimately to get my master's degree. But I'll tell you the story about that in a minute. The next thing that happened to me was I became the facilities officer in May of 1972. And This was a very quick assignment. I'd only been in the admin officer for 6 months, but the old man was convinced I'd learned everything I could learn, so he made me the facilities officer, and that meant I had responsibility for about $100 million worth of electronic equipment and this giant antenna, which was 100 yards in diameter. Think of concentric circles. The inside circle was 100 yards. You know, the concentric circles out from that were 110, 120, and 130. And then the ground mat, which was reflecting signals off the ground into the antenna, which had a copper grid underneath it, was another 80 yards out from that. So it was a big, huge green space around the antenna. A photograph is with the library. And a lot of responsibility because we had to maintain the antenna, the screen wires, which were behind the receivers, so that any signals that came in would bounce back off the screen and into the antennas. All the electronic equipment. We had about 60,000 square feet of electronic space with electronic equipment and computer decking. It was a big facility. I had 2 officers helping me. One was called a plant maintenance officer, and he took care of the emergency generators and the basic facility, which was air conditioning, electricity, antenna, and anything to do with the actual plant. And then I had an electronic maintenance officer who took care of everything that was inside the building. And the 60,000 square feet of electronic equipment that we had. So I became the facilities officer. And then what happened, the first thing that happened was we had a typhoon come through in, I think it was March, about 120-mile-hour winds, and I was the command duty officer. All of my exciting times there were I was the command duty officer. So the old man radioed in. He says, "I want you to measure the wind speed during your watch." And he says, "Do it at about 1 o'clock when the winds are supposed to be the highest, 120 miles an hour. You can't stand up in those kinds of winds." Now the roof of our building was flat, perfectly flat. We had no equipment up there, and it was concrete. So I got the chief of the watch. We got on our rain gear, such as it was. We weren't really outfitted to go out into rain that was coming sideways and winds of 120 miles an hour. We got a ladder, and we got 2 ropes, and I got 2 sailors to go out with me and the chief. We put the ladder up on the building, and it wasn't enough of a space for the wind to blow it off. I had 2 ropes on it and 2 sailors holding the ladder to the building. I then put a rope on me and on each side of the ladder, and the chief was around my shoulders and my waist, and the chief's job was to hold me onto the ladder, and then I took a wind gauge that you went out and you held up by hand so that this little propeller could spin around, and then it would tell you what the wind speed was. And I thought this was somewhat out of my job description, but the old man wanted it, and so we did it. So we went out, we got the wind speed. It was at 119 miles an hour. And I barely got my head above it, and you can imagine what I looked like when I got done, but I held the gauge up for about 30 seconds, got to the wind speed, went down, and when at the department head meeting the next day, the old man said, "Okay, what was the wind speed?" I told him, and he said, "How much damage was there?" And we had a couple of ground wires that had come loose from the tall towers, which stood about 130 feet high, and then there were boom boards between the towers that were about 30 feet or 40 feet long, and the ground wires were attached to these. So we repaired those. Took us, they took the antenna riggers maybe 4 hours to fix them. We were back up. So then the old man sent a message to the admiral telling him that we'd had this typhoon and we didn't have any damage, and here's what it had done, and here was the wind speed. So I gave him the data on that. The next thing that happened to me, I was still facilities officer, and about 2 months later, I think it was May, early June, we were allowed to, as a command duty officer, we were allowed to sleep down at Torrey Station, which was about 5 miles away from where our facility was. We didn't have berthing or anything else. We got that from the Army. And so I was at the theater. I was allowed to do that. But I had to tell people where I was. And we were 15 minutes into the movie, and all of a sudden I hear this loud voice in the back of the theater, "Is the Navy duty officer here? You got an emergency." And so I stood up, ran to the back, and they said, you've got a bomb threat, you need to get up to your facility. Well, I got in the Navy sedan that we had, and I made the 5 miles in about 3 minutes. And that's enough about that. I get in, I find out from the chief that a bomb threat was called in. The caller knew exactly what he was talking about. He said the bomb is in one of the bays of electrical equipment, and of course a bay consisted of, at that point, of either 4 or 6 racks in a 2-foot square space, and it was due to go off at 2000, which is 8 o'clock, and it was now 7:45. And the chief looks at me and says, "What do we do?" Well, I didn't know it at the time. We always have a standard operating procedure for any emergency. There were no SOPs for this. I learned later that this was the first time a bomb threat had ever been called in to a land-based Navy facility. First time, anywhere. I like being first in things, I guess. So I thought real quickly with the chief, and we at the time were control of what was called the Bullseye Network, which was 13 different stations like ours around the Pacific, in Adak, Alaska, in Anchorage, in Imperial Beach, California, in the Philippines, in Taiwan, down at Diego Garcia in Hawaii. So we were the control, which meant everybody was feeding data into us. And control shifted from station to station. And so everybody got a chance to do all this. So I said, okay, here's what we're going to do. I said, first off, we need to send a critic. And a critic is the highest priority message you can put into the Navy Communications Network. It goes right to the National Command Authority, which is the President via the Joint Chiefs of Staff, and it alerts everybody. And we had a critic header always ready. And that meant that everybody in the chain of command was going to find out about this. Commander Naval Forces Japan, Director of Naval Security Group Pacific, Commander-in-Chief Pacific Fleet, Commander-in-Chief 7th Fleet, Commander-in-Chief Pacific Command, Chief of Naval Operations, Commander of Naval Security Group, Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, Commander of the Commandant of the Marine Corps, the Chief of Naval Operations Security Group staff. It was going to be widespread. And I just said, send a critic out, tell them we've got a bomb threat, it sounds real, and that we are shutting down. We're going off the air, we're transferring control to Taiwan, and just send it. I had the Chief Petty Officers on for the comm center over there. I said, do you have that clear enough? He said, yes, sir. So he went off to send the message out. We got on the net and told Taiwan they had to take control. And we passed control to Taiwan. This took about 5 minutes. At that point in time, I decided as facility officer that if I had to come back in here as, and when a bomb went off, that the last thing I wanted was all this electricity going around to all the equipment. So I told the chief that we wanted to pull all the technical power, shut down everything that's electronic, keep the lights on, shut down everything else. And so we did. And all this equipment got shut down. We didn't get to shut it down slowly. And of course, some of our equipment was in transistors, the stuff that was back in a compartmented space. was that way. But we had a lot of receivers that worked on vacuum tubes and needed to be shut down slowly. We just pulled all the tech power. Then I said, get on the evacuation alarm, get them out, get everybody out of here, get them out to the outer edge of the antenna. And my job was to call the executive officer. So I called the executive officer, told him what was happening, and we got out. And that meant the XO was on his way. He had to call the commanding officer. I only had to make one phone call as a command duty officer. So I got everybody out of the building. 8 o'clock came and went. So I went to the guard station, which was it was right at the outer edge of the interior space. So I was probably 60 yards away from the building. And my troops were all out at the edge of the antenna that were on watch. And I made a phone call to the XO, and he said, tell me what's going on. I said, well, the bomb, 8 o'clock came and went, and the bomb didn't go off. I said, it's 8:15, and I figured he'd be on his way. He was not on his way yet. He was waiting to see if the bomb went off, which I didn't really appreciate, but that's what happened. And he said, okay, I want you to call the Army bomb disposal people and get them in there. I said, yes, sir. So I called the Army bomb disposal people, which I had on my list, and they headed over. So about 8:30, 8:40 in the evening, the XO shows up. So by the rules of seniority, he's now the on-site commander. And the commanding officer showed up about a half hour later and parked himself in the far parking lot, which is about 200 yards away from the building. I didn't understand what was going on with that, and the XO told me not to worry about it. So what proceeded then was the Army bomb disposal people came over, and the XO says, are there any volunteers to go in and clear the building? And since I was a facility officer, I knew the place like the back of my hand. And he looked at me and I said, XO, I'll go in. So I cleared the Army bomb disposal people on the spot, which basically threatened them with 10 years in prison and a $100,000 fine if they said anything. And I made them sign some paperwork my chief had ginned up right then, and scared them half to death with the thing they had to sign. We went in, we proceeded to clear the building. So I had the vacuum handles, and we proceeded to clear 60,000 square feet of space, and all of the electronic bays we had in there, 8 feet tall and 2 feet square, and you inspect those and inspect everything underneath. And you had to do it very carefully. So we started in one area, and I had to do the clearing because the ASA guy, the Army guys and the dogs didn't know what they were looking for. So they would help me lift these 30-pound panels off the floor, and I'd get under with a flashlight and try to clear. And they had 2 dogs, and the dogs would open the electronic bays where I was there. I had to supervise all this. And everybody else stayed. The XO stayed outside of the building. He wasn't going in the building. It was just me. But it took us about 10 hours to clear all the space. And I was shocked when it was all over. We didn't find a bomb. Checked it. I was in every electronic bay. I was under every bit of the 60,000 square feet we had. We didn't find anything. We went to the department head meeting, and we talked about what I had done, and they didn't really like the fact that I'd pulled the power to all the equipment. And so at that meeting, it started the process of creating a standard operating procedure for a bomb threat. Now remember, nobody had experienced this in the Navy anywhere in the world. So we're breaking new ground here, and I had been the icebreaker, with all this. I wasn't very happy with the XO, but because I felt like he'd put me in harm's way, and stayed out of the way. But as he said later, I didn't know what to do, and you were the guy, so you had to do it. So I did. And after the department head meeting, the old man says, "Tom, hang back a minute." Now, I've been up at this point 36 hours, and I'd spent 10 hours lifting up these heavy panels, and I was pretty well shot. And we were back up and running at the time, and the old man sat me down, and he said, "I'm really unhappy with your performance last night." I said, "Skipper, what do you mean?" He said, "Well, you failed in one very, very critical category." I said, "What's that?" He says, "Keeping me informed." I said, "Where were you?" I said, "I was out in the parking lot and chain smoking and terribly worried about what was going on, and nobody came out to tell me what was happening." I said, "Sir, I was reporting to the XO." He said, "I'll take care of him later." I said, "Sir, I was doing everything the XO told me to do." He said, "I know that, but you should have had the situational awareness to send runners out to me to tell me what you were doing." I said, "Skipper, I was doing what the XO told me." He says, "Quit saying that. You should have had the foresight to do this." I decided right then and there, this was an argument that was not winnable, and I said, "Aye, aye, sir, that will never happen again." So I went home. I guess he spoke to the XO. Neither the XO or the CO ever talked to me again about that. And I proceeded apace with my duties as facility officer, and then came the big message. In late June, or mid-June of 1972, when things were lit up all over the place in Vietnam, because the presidential campaigns were on, Nixon versus McGovern. I mean, the United States was just up in arms, and we had more things to do than we could think of. I was trying to finish my MBA. My final course in the MBA was going to be that summer, the summer of 1972. And it was a policy course, and they only offered it once a year. And I started it in June. And here we are, and it's the third week in June. The old man calls me in, and he says, "Tom, you're going back to headquarters to be on a special task force." And I said, "What for?" And he said, "Well, they wanted one lieutenant to come back. You're going to work with 2 lieutenant commanders and 3 commanders, and they wanted one lieutenant." I said, "What job?" And he said, "Well, you're going to go back and you're going to work on this task force, and here's the message I sent." He showed me the message, and it was extremely complimentary of me. And because I was working on my MBA, because I had been in operations, I'd been in administration, I'd been in facilities, I knew the inner workings and hidden mechanisms of the Naval Security Group very deeply. And he said, "You are one overly qualified lieutenant, and I thought you were the one to go back there," and they agreed. So he cut me orders, and I left and went back to Washington, D.C., where I met the people that were going to be on the team with me. And our job was to come up with a zero-based manpower study for the Naval Security Group, to figure out how many officers we needed in the Naval Security Group. We had over 1,000 at the time, and Admiral Zumwalt, who was the Chief of Naval Operations at the time, had decided that the entire Navy needed to do a zero-based study of everything. And Naval Security Group was no exception, and Admiral Phillips said, "Let's do this." So we had an orientation meeting with Admiral Phillips. And at that point, Captain Everson had retired, and the new Deputy Commander of Naval Security Group was a fellow named Osmer, O-S-M-E-R. And his nickname was the Turtle, because he would snap at people and really make them, really ring them out, and he loved to berate people in public. I didn't know any of this at the time. I'm just this green lieutenant, been out in the field, been in the Pacific now for 3 years, and I'm green to how the Naval Security Group worked at headquarters, but I was very qualified to talk about how the field stations worked. And the Admiral was talking to us, and he tells us in general what he wants, which is a zero-based manpower study. And of course, we have no idea how to do this. And he says, "Do you have any questions?" And of course, I looked at all the senior officers, and none of them had a question. So I said, "Admiral, I have a question." I said, can you give us a little bit of guidance on what you're thinking about responsibilities for officers? What do you want them to be doing? And he gave me kind of a wishy-washy answer and rambled on for about 15 minutes and then said, "Are there any more questions?" And I said, "Well, Admiral, could you, on this one issue, could you drill it down just a little bit for me? I don't want any answers from you, but I'm coming from the field. I really am curious about how you see officers and their responsibilities in the Naval Security Group. Because what was going to come after this was a manpower study for the enlisted in the Naval Security Group." And Captain Osmer, at that point, says, and he barks it out, and he says, "Admiral Phillips has already answered that question, Lieutenant." He said, "You should be ashamed of yourself for wasting his time." And I went, well, I shut up. My face got red, I'm sure. I felt like it was going to explode, and I just shut up. The Admiral rambled on for another 5 to 10 minutes, and then he came back and answered my question. And the meeting was over. We go out, and Captain Osmer grabs him by the arm, and he says, "You should have better sense than to waste an admiral's time like that." And I didn't bother saying to him, "But Captain," he answered my question later. I didn't feel like, I just wanted to get the hell out of there, and I did. We get back to the room, and one of the officers was a guy named John Stockton, who had been on the Liberty, and he was detached right before the June 1967 attack. And he would come into the room, and he says, "Schram," he says, "I see that harpoon in your heart, and it's still wiggling from Captain Osmer taking care of you. They don't call him the turtle for nothing." And I thought, I didn't know any of this. So they proceeded to harass me for 30 minutes, all good-natured fun, and I finally calmed down. And we proceeded to do this work, and I finally, the senior officers were coming at this from all kinds of different ways. And I finally came up with an algorithm, and I said, "Look, the officers need to be manned based on responsibility." That's what the Admiral was talking about. Officers need to step up, and they need to be accountable, and they need to be trained to do things. So why don't we set up an algorithm that deals with responsibility, tasking, mission, number of enlisted people that are going to have to be working on that mission, and training, support, and so forth. And it took us about 2 weeks of me working with them, and I finally came up with an algorithm that would work. And so we proceeded at a pace to make this work. And one of the days I'd gone out with one of the lieutenant commanders who had driven up from Florida in a Peugeot car, and he couldn't find any parts for it. And so he finally found some parts, and I went out with him at lunch, and we were in khakis, so we didn't really stand out. And we went into a Burger King. Never forget this. Went into a Burger King. It was crowded as hell, and we just wanted to get a hamburger and some fries and go back to headquarters and keep going with our work. And I get up to the counter, and I order. I take out my wallet, and this lady says, "We don't want your money." And I thought, good Lord, here we go again. And she looked at my face. She says, No, it's not like that. The owner of this Burger King has said that nobody in uniform ever pays for food. Police, firefighters, or military officers. And this was very close to the Pentagon. He's a Vietnam veteran, and that's the way it is. I thought, there's somebody here who appreciates this. And of course, I hearkened back to my experience in Chicago, and I went, wow, this is really good. So we finished the project, and I worked my butt off on it, and it was a lot of work. And of course, things flow downhill with senior officers. So I was at the bottom end of the funnel, and I ended up doing an awful lot of the grunt work on this. And I loved it. It was really right in my wheelhouse. And did it, and as we're getting to the end of it, I had some pain coming up my right cheek. So I go to the dentist. It was right before we were supposed to do our report on a Tuesday, and he says, and I went to the dentist on Friday, and he says, okay, come in Tuesday morning at 6 o'clock, and I'll do you before I work on anybody else. Our report was to be at 8 to the Admiral, or 9 o'clock to the Admiral. I thought, well, okay. So I come in at 6 o'clock, and I finally get started at 6:30, and they get in there, and the tooth breaks. It's a wisdom tooth, and it is a goat rodeo. And it took him the better part of an hour and a half to 2 hours to get all the pieces of my wisdom tooth out. And of course, they keep having to injecting me with Novocaine, and so I have to get back to the presentation. And of course, I'm not involved. I'm the junior officer. The senior officer is doing all the talking for the Admiral. I'd helped him put together all the slides, and we were using view graphs at the time. We didn't have 35 millimeter slides that we could use like a PowerPoint. So they're all set, and the commander's all set to give it, and the rest of them were sitting in the back. So I come charging into the conference room, and I'd never been there before. And I walk in, and the door is right in the front. So I walk in with he'd given me I couldn't take any of the pain medicine he'd given me because I had to wait until I got back to the barracks or the BOQ. And he says, here, put some ice on it. It's going to swell. So he puts a bunch of ice in a surgical glove, the kind you snap on. And so I've got ice in the surgical glove, and I'm walking out. I come into the conference room thinking it's in the back. I come in like this, and the water had melted, and the fingers were all full on the surgical glove, and they're sticking out. So I got fingers like this, and I come into the room, and there's the Admiral. There's Admiral Phillips. There's Captain Osmer. There's all the people from the Pentagon. And here I am, this lieutenant in khakis, coming in with his surgical glove with the fingers full of water. And I immediately pulled the glove down, and the Admiral looked up and gave me this big smile, and I proceed to the back. And I mean, the harassment was long and significant from my teammates. As I sat there with this surgical glove on my cheek, trying to keep the pain down from this wisdom tooth procedure. So the presentation went well. The Admiral bought off on it and told the detailers and to start working on it, and that was the Manning. He said, this is our Manning. I buy into it. He'd been briefed a little bit on it before. And so everybody had their marching orders. Unbeknownst to me, he had told the junior officer detailer, a lieutenant commander, to speak to me afterwards and give me any duty I wanted. So the detailer came up to me and he says, you and I need to meet. And he says, it doesn't look like you're in any shape to do any meeting today. I said, no, sir. I said, I'm really hurt. This is about 10 o'clock in the morning, and the Novocaine's wearing off, and the ice is melted, and I can't take any pain meds. I said, how about Thursday or Friday? He says, let's do it Thursday. I said, terrific. So I went back, took some pain meds, rested the next day, went to see him on Thursday over at Beaupers, which was just across from the Pentagon. I go in to see him, and he said, you've been given a distinction. I said, what's that? He said, well, you did a deployment to Yankee Station. The Admiral has told me that you get any duty station you want. I said, sir, I got another year to do on my tour. And he says, no, you don't. He said, you're going to pick a duty station. I said, well, I want to go into the 900 program, which was the submarines. Remember I said earlier in this interview that every attack boat had a Naval Security Group detachment on board. He says, "You're too old." I said, "I'm only 25. He said, "You're too old." I said, "What do you mean?" He said, "Well, by the time I send you to language school," and I'd taken the language aptitude test, scored well on it, "I got to send you to get you detached, and it's contact relief, by the way, which meant your replacement has to be there. You then go to Monterey to language school. That's going to take 18 months. You learn how to speak Russian. Then I've got to send you to sub school. Then you come back to NSA. Then you have to go on a detachment where you're the assistant officer in charge to see how they do all these things. Then you get to have your own detachments." He said, "By the time this all gets done, you're 28, you're in the zone, you're a lieutenant commander. At this point, you're the same rank as the executive officer of the submarine. You can't do this. I need to get at least 10 boat rides out of you, and a boat ride is 2 to 3 months. You're too old." He said, "Pick something else." And he said, "Here's your choice. You could be the XO of 2 places, Karamsel, Turkey, or you could go to Anchorage, Alaska, and be the XO up there, or I can find something else for you." And I didn't know what to do. He says, "Okay, this is November. You've got your choice. Go back and think about it. I need to know by the end of February what you want to do." I said, "Okay." So so at this point in time, I go back to Okinawa. I'm still the facilities officer. The old man says to me, "Okay, I was going to send you to Yankee Station again, but now you've screwed up your deployment because you went back to headquarters, and I need to keep you as facilities officer, but I want you to take a bigger role." And I said, "Okay." So he gave me a whole bunch of special projects. And I remember one of the things I had to do was arrange for a dining in. And a dining in is where all the officers get together and they parade this giant prime rib of beef, and I had to arrange for all this. And an Army general was visiting, who at the time was commander of the Central Security Service, CSS, which is the military part of NSA, the National Security Agency. And I remember meeting the general. I had to brief him a little bit, and he had loafers on. I thought, that's weird. I've never seen a senior officer in anything but tied up, laced up dress shoes. And so I get the dining in. We go through the dining in, and the next day the old man calls me in, and he says, "Nice job in the dining in." And it had gone pretty much flawlessly. Nobody had gotten too drunk, and I'd gotten everybody home safely and back. Had rides for all the officers. And he says, "The general wants you to come back to Fort Meade to be his flag officer." I said, "What do you mean?" He said, "You're going to go back to Central Security Service, and you're going to be his flag lieutenant, like you would be to an admiral." I said, "You mean a dog robber?" He says, "No, Tom, it's a flag lieutenant. You're going to do..." I said, "I'm a dog robber. I'm going to be, a secretary. All I'm going to do is set up social events." And he said, "I understand what a flag lieutenant is. I want no part of it. I'm not that kind of guy. I need to be in the field." And he said, "Well, the general really wants you." I said, "Why? He only met me for 10 minutes. "Well, no, he watched you. He knows that you set the dining in up right, and he watched you, and he really wants you to come back." I said, "Well, why?" He said, "Well, he asked me a bunch of questions." I said, "What?" He said, "Well, what's his experience?" And I told him about all of the things that you had done here, and I told him about what you had done back at headquarters, your deployments, and how you had handled emergencies. And so he wanted you. He needed somebody with experience. I said, "Okay. Well, what else did he ask?" He said, "Well, he asked if you played bridge." I said, and he said, "What'd you tell him?" I said, "Well, I told him you were playing duplicate bridge here on the island," which I was. I was playing duplicate with another security group officer, and we had broken our way into the group, and we had a couple of master's points. And I told him you played duplicate when you were here. I said, "Okay." And then he asked me if you were a golfer. And I told him that, yes, you were a golfer, and that you were a damn good one, and you were frustrated that the Air Force wouldn't let you on to their golf course, which the Seabees had built after the war, but wouldn't let the Navy officers on. And so you were a good golfer, and you'd played on the Academy golf team. He says, I want him. He's got everything I need. I said, Skipper, I want no part of this. Please tell him no. He said, no, it doesn't work like that. You have to write him a note and tell him no, and I get to see the note before you send it. You can't tell him anything like that's inappropriate. So I wrote the note. It was a short note on my personal stationery that was embossed and with a Navy officer seal. And he looked at it, made some changes to it, and we sent it off to the general. And I didn't hear anything later. And the next thing I find out, I get a phone call from a buddy of mine who'd been at Camp Masaya. He called me and he said, "You SOB." And I said, "What'd I do?" He said, he came to Masawa, this Army general came to Masawa in Hokkaido, where I was supposed to go, remember, if you recall early in the interview, and the general met me and asked me to come back to be his flag lieutenant. I thought it'd be a hot job. I came back. This is nothing more than an administrative assistant. A secretary could do this stuff. And I said, "Don't blame me." He said, "Well, he told me he asked you and you turned him down." I said, "Yep." And so he stayed there. He was there for 2 years and absolutely hated it. And I thought, I got through that one. At this point in time, I'd gotten my MBA. As it turns out, when the captain told me that I was going back for this special project at headquarters, I had to go to the professor and tell him that I was leaving in 2 weeks, and the course was 8 weeks long, and we were 3 weeks into it. And he said, "This isn't going to work." And I said, "Look, Professor, I'm going to be doing all the things that the policy course is teaching us, which was to integrate all parts of business, from strategy to marketing to tactics to operations to personnel." I said, "I'm going to be working with all that stuff. Don't you think that's really part of my policy course?" He said, "No, but I'm not going to hold you up." He said, "Here's what you have to do. I want you to complete 6 case studies," and he gave them to me, "and you need to bring those to the final exam, which is going to be in 5 days. I had to leave in 5 days. And then you take your final exam, which is going to be 3 case studies. You're going to have to handwrite them, and you won't get anything higher than a B." I said, "Okay, fine." At this point, I was carrying a 3.56 average in grad. I said I didn't care. I just wanted to get my MBA done. So I finished it, left, and the dean had come out in September while I was back in Washington, and had presented the MBA, and my good buddy had gone and received my diploma and gave it to me when I got back. So I had my MBA, and the skipper was really proud of me that I'd finished it and done it in and around assignments and deployments. And it had taken me 36 months to complete something that normally took 15. And so I was just happy that I got it done. So I used some of my GI Bill to accomplish that. And at that point in time, we had an emergency come up, had my plant people come to me and say, "Look, LT, we've got a huge problem with our air conditioning." I said, "What do you mean, huge problem?" And they said, "Well, they're rotting out." And we had coolers that had wood slats where the water went over and we cooled the Freon, which chilled the cold water, which in turn, air went over and ran air conditioning the entire plant. And if we lost air conditioning, we were shut down. I mean, when we ran on only one chiller, we had 3 of them. We ran on one, the temperature inside the building went up to about 85 degrees. And if that one went down, we were dead. So I went to the skipper with this, and he was really perturbed that it was an emergency. And basically what happened is they gave us, we had 30 days before they were going to have to shut these 2 things down. And he says, "All right." And he was really upset with me because I guess it was my responsibility, and it was, to stay on top of this. And he sent me back to Hawaii. So I went back to Hawaii in February, and when I got back there, I had to convince the naval facilities people to get us 2 coolers out there, and the only ones that were available were turbines. They were the size of 747 engines, which ran the coolers, which basically filled the job of compressors in today's air conditioning systems. And he agreed to make it a priority. And of course, we're still in the middle of a shooting war here. And he said, okay, what I want you to do is, before the prisoners are released, what I want you to do is go back. I'll send you 2 turbines on a C-5, and the Air Force will grumble, but we'll get them. So I went, at that point, I went to see my professor over at the University of Hawaii, and I said, sir, I got my final grades, and I got an A in the policy course. Why? And he said, well, when I got done, and I looked at all 22 of the final exams, and I looked at what you had done, you really were at the top of the class, so I had to give you an A. I said, well, thanks. I was wondering about that. And I then went to see Captain Pat March. And Captain March was the officer who, at Kamisea, who had agreed to let me take all of the non-Morse division to Okinawa. He was now director of Naval Security Pacific. And I went to see him, and I said, Captain, I'm really struggling with this, what to do. And he says, Tom, get into the command track. He says, get the XO slot. You've got to be an executive officer before you can be a commanding officer. So take the XO slot. And he said, go to Anchorage. He says, you've been in the Far East for 4 years. He said, you need a break. Don't go to Turkey. And I thought, great advice. So I called the detailer, and I said, okay, I've made my decision. I want to go to Anchorage. He said, okay. I thought I had another 9 months in my tour. And I was getting, set up to, go back to Yankee Station. Well, at that point, the peace talks reinvigorated after the carpet bombing of Hanoi and the mining of Haiphong Harbor. They broke out, and the first batch of prisoners were released about the same time I came back from Hawaii, and I'd arranged to get the chillers. And at that point, he called me and said, okay, you need to be ready to detach somewhere in May, which was about 6 months before I thought I was going to leave. He said, I've got your relief coming, and the command's going to have to deal with it. There's going to be a break, but the contact relief in Alaska is mandatory. So you're going to go to Alaska, and you're going to be the executive officer. So get ready for detachment. So we got ready, packed up. I packed up what little household goods I had, and they packed them up, and it went out of the Naval Air Facility at Naha, and they were our logistical support. And I thought they were headed to Anchorage, because it was NSGA Anchorage. And when the people at Naha looked up NSGA, the only one they found was NSGA Elmendorf, which was an Air Force base, or NSGA Adak, which was 1,500 miles out on the Aleutian chain. So little to I didn't know this, but what they did was send my household goods to Adak. They shipped them, flew them to Seattle, or put them on a boat to Seattle, and then they had to barge them to Adak. So I get to Anchorage in mid-July. I drove the Alaska Highway, bought a car in Peru, Indiana, and made all the plans to drive the Alaska Highway. Took me 12 days. I got to Dawson City, which was at the base of the Alaska Highway, and outfitted the car with a gravel screen on the front with bubbles over my headlights, lowered the pressure in my tires because it was all gravel at the time, and put cardboard all along the sides of my brand new car, and covered over the gas tank so gravel wouldn't puncture the gas tank. I had folks doing this. I had to tape the car up, and off I went, driving the Alaska Highway. And I was only able to cover, the Alaska Highway is 950 miles long, and all but 20 miles of it were gravel. So off I went, and I can only make about 200 miles a day at somewhere between 30 and 45 miles an hour, dodging all the logistical trucks that were on there. They were going 60 and firing up gravel, And off I went. And I finally made it to Anchorage in mid-July. Temperature was very comfortable, but about 70 degrees, but in the evenings it get down to 50. And the mosquitoes were terrible. Mosquito was a state bird up there. They were as big as your thumb. I relieved the XO, bought his car, and it was a 6-year-old Ford Fairlane, and I could work on those cars. I was a mechanic. I knew how to do that. And he left. I became the XO, and on my birthday, on October 5th of 1973, it was 20 degrees below zero. And I had gone from the tropics, where it was 95 in the shade and about 98% humidity, to 20 below zero in about 100 days. So it took me about the first winter to acclimatize to this. And off I went. And I was the XO. The only thing that happened that first year as the XO was my mother had open heart surgery, and I came back to Indiana to be with her during the open heart surgery, and then came back to Anchorage. And that's when life really got interesting. First thing that happened was my Master Chief came to me, and we were using the Air Force antenna at this point and doing what we did in the Naval Security Group. And my Master Chief came to me and said, XO, we got a problem. I said, what's this we stuff? You're supposed to be able to take care of the problems. I'm the XO. And he said, no, you have a problem. I said, what's the matter? He says, we can't get our guys our household goods. I said, what do you mean? And we had an inter-service support agreement with the Air Force for our people to get refrigerators, stoves, washers, dryers, sofas, chairs, beds, whatever they needed from the Air Force to live out there, because we had a cost of living allowance because it was so expensive. And I said, well, what's changed? Well, I've had 9 months of relative peace here, and what's changed? Well, they had a new housing officer. I said, what do you mean? He said, well, there's a new first lieutenant down there, and he won't give the Navy any household goods because he says that we don't deserve them. I thought, he says, you got to call him. So I called him, and I said, I got on the phone. He says, I said, this is Lieutenant Tom Schram with the Navy. He says, I know what you're calling about. I'm not going to give you guys household goods. I said, look, I'm not trying to be combative here. So we have an inter-service support agreement signed by your base commanding officer, Colonel Dunn, that says we get this stuff. Are you aware of that? He says, I'm aware of it, but Colonel Dunn's misinformed, and we shouldn't be giving this stuff to the Navy. I said, look, this is like a contract. This is what you're supposed to do. He says, look, I don't need to take this from you. He says, what's your data rank? And I just said lieutenant. I said, well, my official data rank was when I'd gotten promoted back at headquarters, so it was like February of 1972. And he says, well, mine is January of 1972, so I outrank you. You go away. I said, I'm a Navy lieutenant. That's an 03. Meant I was a rank above him. And I thought the silence went on for about 10 minutes, probably only 30 seconds. And he says, tell your Master Chief to come down and see the Master Sergeant down here, take care of it. He slammed the phone down, didn't even say goodbye. We got that taken care of. Next thing that happened about 2 months later was the Naval Investigative Service came in from ADAC and asked me if they could speak to one of my sailors. And we had 6 women who had come in. They were enlisted CTs, and all but one were doing a bang-up job. I mean, they were as good or better than the male sailors that we had. And I treated them that way. And anybody who worked for me, I protected. And I protected like a mother hen or a mother tiger or a mother bear. Nobody messed with my people, especially from the outside. So I asked the NIS what this was about, and they said, it's classified. I said, look, I have a top secret SI crypto compartmented. What is going on? I said, we can't tell you. I said, okay. And I was nervous about it, but I said, okay. So they wanted to talk to this female sailor. She was an E5 at the time. Very, very responsible, very good. And they were in there for an hour and a half, and they came out. I saw them go to the head. I walked down to the conference room, and she's sitting there in tears. Her body is shaking. I'd never seen anybody like this. And I said, what? I said, come with me. She came down to my office, and I said, what is going on? And she said, Exo, when I was at Corey Field in A school, we had a female petty officer who really was horrible to the female enlisted who were going through the school. I mean terrible. I mean just absolutely terrible. Harassment and so forth. And there were 5 girls. We were in a shower. We didn't have any clothes on. We all were hugging each other and trying to, give each other support. And they're accusing me of being gay. And I said, I don't want to know anymore. I said, just sit there. And at this point, the NIS guys came back, barged into my office, and I said, you're supposed to knock before you come in. They said, we don't have to do that. And I said, like hell you don't. And they said, that's our person that we're interviewing, our interviewee. I said, not right now. I said, get the hell out of my office. I said, you can't do this. I said, go talk to my skipper. I threw him out and called my squash buddy, who was a JAG first lieutenant in the Air Force. I said, get over here. So we got a problem. I explained it to him. He came over, talked with her, and he went with her to the interview. Well, the NIS was not happy with this. And they were so unhappy, they did go to the skipper and demand that I be court-martialed for interfering in an investigation and so forth. They sent the report to the Commander Naval Security Group. They came back and said, you've got to give her an administrative discharge because she's homosexual. And I thought it wasn't fair. And they said, give her a general administrative discharge under general conditions, which wasn't under honorable conditions. And I did not want that to be with her for the rest of her life. And I fought with them, and I was able to get her an honorable discharge. So I had to pull her clearance immediately. So she couldn't work. She couldn't do anything except be out in the personnel spaces, which was a waste of her talent. And I did get her an honorable discharge. And to this day, that's one of the proudest moments that I had in my service, was I really protected her. She'd earned that honorable discharge, and I got it for her. That's something that officers today need to do for their people. Another thing that I had to do while I was in Anchorage was at the end of Vietnam in 1975, when the North Vietnamese were coming south, and things were about to really turn ugly for the Vietnamese. We were flying out children who were of mixed race, and what we would do is American teachers who knew kids would fly on a C-5 over to Saigon. Then they would load kids in the back of a C-5, and they would take off and bring them back, and they'd stop in Anchorage, Elmendorf Air Force Base, as a break, and then take them on down to the U.S. We called it the Lower 48. And one of those C-5s took off, and they had about 500 people on board. There were about 150 teachers, and the rest were kids. They had an explosive decompression of the clamshell rear doors. And you can look it up in the history books. The pilot managed to land the C-5 in a series of rice paddies. But when the decompression occurred, there were about 150 people who got sucked out the back. And the husband of one of those women who were sucked out the back was there in Anchorage. I had to go tell him that his wife had died in that. And that was a traumatic experience for me. The next thing that happened was in the winter, we had a sailor, Alaskan sailor, die in Norfolk in a knife fight he was at a bar. He was drunk. And I had to go notify his parents. And his parents lived in Sitka. Sitka is an island down in southeastern Alaska, and I had to fly to Juneau, rent a float plane, fly over to Sitka, and the pilot wanted to go back, and I said, look, you're on Navy time now. You just stay here and wait for me. So I went into the port city, and I asked for the family. They took me up to the family. I made the death notification. And the native Indians of Alaska look at death differently than we do. And they said, we understand. I didn't tell them that he had died in a knife fight. I had verified that. I just said, he's going to be coming home, and he will be accompanied by 2 sailors who served with him. And they said, you need to stay for a meal. I said, no, I really need to get back. And they said, no, we really want you to stay for a meal. And for my time in Japan, I knew that you needed to give people a way to save face. They wanted me to be a guest in their house. And when you make death notifications, you learn very early on that what you want to do is make the notification and get out. Because within 30 to 45 minutes, you're going to start to become the cause of their loved one's death. And you need to leave. And I was wary of this. And they comforted me. And they said, you are very brave to come out here to tell us. And they sent food down to the float plane pilot. I had a meal with them. They wished me well on my way. They took me back down to the port. I got on the float plane. And what could have been a very traumatic experience for me turned into one that stayed with me until today. Another death notification I made was in Fairbanks. I had to go up and tell a mother that her son was killed in an S-3, which was an anti-aircraft or anti-submarine plane that we were bringing into the fleet to replace a propeller-driven plane. It had crashed on takeoff, and she had just been down to visit her son and her daughter-in-law, who was pregnant with their second child. And it was about 30 degrees below zero. I was met at the Fairbanks airport by a chief who was at the recruiting station. He took me to the house. I went to the house, and the woman's second husband answered the door, and I said, is this the residence of Mrs. So-and-so? Yes. Is she the mother of so-and-so? Yes. And I said, I need to speak to her. And he slammed the door on me and went in to tell his wife. I'm standing out there with the chief. It's 30 below zero. I'm in my dress shoes. I'm freezing to death because I have my dress blues on and an overcoat, but none of this works in Alaska. You really have to be indifferent. And I hear this scream from inside. And then the door opens, and he says, I forgot that you were out here. Come in. And so I came in, and she's traumatized. He said, stay here in the kitchen. She really doesn't want to see you right now. And I knew what was coming. He says, you want a drink? And I said, yes. And he said, what? And I wasn't a drinker. I may have a Bloody Mary every now and then or a whiskey sour. And I said, I'll take some bourbon on the rocks. And he said, coming right up. And I drank it, didn't even taste it. This woman's in there weeping, and I felt terrible. And finally, a message comes into the kitchen. Can you find out if he was burned? And I thought, what do you think? He crashed on takeoff. So what ensued was an hour and a half of me trying to get to the casualty officer down in California. I couldn't. The home phone of his daughter-in-law wasn't being answered. I got the Keiko's wife. I finally found out, and she started. Then she got very, very belligerent toward me. And her husband was doing the best to shield us. And I finally just said, look, ma'am, we're going to take care of you. I'm going to keep you posted on what's going on. that's all I can do right now. I have to leave. And she started accusing me and making it my fault. And this went on for 15 to 20 minutes, and I finally had enough. I couldn't take it anymore emotionally, and I left with the chief. He took me back to the airport. I came back, and frankly, that incident has never left me. While I was in Alaska, at this point, I was also teaching. I was teaching for the University of Alaska and then Chapman College. I was teaching leadership and management, but mostly leadership. And Chapman College hired me to teach I put together a 4-day seminar where they would give 2 college credits, and I ended up teaching 10 of these seminars, and I earned more at these 10 4-week seminars than I did in a year and a half with the Navy, and made a lot of money for Chapman College in the process as well. And at that point I was also halfway to a PhD in leadership and behavioral science, and I got a call from the detailer who said, "You need to make a decision." And I said, "What do you mean?" And he said, "Well, I have an opening on the USS Saratoga for you to be the division officer out of Mayport, Florida." And this was going to be a 6th Fleet ship. It's a 4-year tour. He said, you hopefully will make lieutenant commander. And I said, "Well, I'm up for lieutenant commander now." And he says, "No, you're not." He said, "We got 11 times more officers than we need in the lieutenant rank." He said, "So we've split your groups. You're not going to be up for lieutenant commander for 7 years." I'd already been in 7. That was 14. During Vietnam, you made a lieutenant commander at 7 or 8 years. And I was up for lieutenant commander. And he said, "Well, forget that." And I said, "I need to think about this." So I was pondering this. I competed in the 3rd All-Navy pistol competition that we had. What I did in my spare time at noon, when it was gray, I'd go over to the pistol range. I had a match grade 45 caliber pistol, and I would fire probably 200-300 rounds a day, practicing. And I'd won the All-Navy pistol competition once, and I'd taken 2nd once. It was 13th Naval District, and then we were due to have it again. And so I focused on this, and in March, and I won it. But I didn't go to the national competition. I allowed a guy from ADAC to take my place because they didn't get to see anything, and I felt like I was an officer and he was an enlisted guy, and I shouldn't be doing this. He should compete for the 13th Naval District. So I bowed out, and at that point in time I was having a conscience problem. I didn't know what to do. I knew that the offer that they'd given me was a hot job offer. I'd had terrific experiences. I was well schooled in the operations of the Naval Security Group. I'd had a command, an XO slot, so I had, it wasn't command, but it was the precursor to getting command. And the only other ticket I needed to get punched before I ended up going to Washington to a desk job, was to go on a carrier. Every aircraft carrier had a Naval Security Group detachment. And it was going to, as I said, it was going to be a 4-year tour. It was out of Mayport, Florida, which was, it was called the armpit of Florida, armpit of the east coast of Florida at the time. It isn't now, but it was then. And the Saratoga also had just had a fire in their RPS spaces, and he said, "You're going to be the RPS custodian as well as the Naval Security Group division officer." I said, "What do you mean they had a fire in the vault?" And he said, "Well, they had a fire in the vault." And I said, "There's no smoking allowed in the vault." He says, "Don't ask." I said, "Well, have they accounted for all the materials?" "No." I said, "Well, what am I going to have to?" He says, "You're going to have to find them all." I said, so I'm going to have to deal with 4 squadrons of pilots who have classified material. I'm going to account for all this stuff. I said, "I can't win in this. Success is just not getting fired," because they'd fired the previous RPS custodian. The comm officer was doing the job now. He says, I need you to go in like 2 months. I said, so I'm going to be the Naval Security Division officer. I've got 25 people doing what they're going to be doing, and I'm reporting to the ops officer who was a full commander, and I'm going to be briefing daily to the admiral and the captain, and I've got to unscrew this mess in the RPS vault. He said, yeah, you about got it right. I said, sir, I don't want any part of this. I said, I can't be successful. So I can go and be the Naval Security Division officer, but I cannot be the RPS custodian. He says, well, that's the job. I said, I pass. He said, you can't do that. I said, I pass. He says, I'm going to extend you. Only in the Navy, when you tell them you don't want a duty assignment, you're about to leave, they make your life miserable, trying to convince you to stay. And I said, sir, look, I'm ready to go be the division officer on a carrier. I'm not ready to be an RPS custodian. I know what that entails. Pilots have trouble finding their helmets and their brain bags, let alone keeping track of all the classified material that go in to all their books. I said, I don't want to deal with them. I've seen it happen before. And he said, you don't have a choice, Lieutenant. That's your duty. I said, I pass. And he said, well, that's what you've got to do. I said, I'm going to resign. He said, we're not going to approve it. Now, I was a regular officer. You don't get to resign as a regular officer. You have to have the Chief of Naval Operations clearance to do that. You serve at the pleasure of the President of the United States as a regular officer. So I thought about it long and hard, talked with my skipper, and I just said, I'm going to get out of the Navy. I'm going to work in industry for 5 years, and then I'm going to decide whether or not I want to continue with my PhD. I had half the course hours I needed, and I had to move to California for that. I didn't want to do that because I didn't like California, and I said, I'm going to get out. So long and short of it, I got relieved by a fellow classmate, class of 1969, Lieutenant Jim Barnett, who had just come from the 6th Fleet, and told me that I'd made a good decision not to go into Saratoga because she was really not the best ship in the 6th Fleet, and the 6th Fleet commander didn't like it a whole lot, and he said, you made a good decision. So I reluctantly made the decision to get out. And this was in early March, and my mother wrote me a letter, which she'd asked my dad if she could write, and my mother was a very strong-minded woman. I'll leave it at that. She could have been the CEO of any Fortune 500 company and run it well. And she was the boss of the house. And she wrote me this handwritten letter asking me not to get out of the Navy. She really wanted to be the mother of an admiral. I called her from Alaska, and that was about $6 a minute back in those days. And I said, Mom, I can't do it. I explained it to her, and she said, okay. At the end of March, I got a phone call. I had a horrible head cold. Got a phone call from my brother, and he says, Mom's having open heart surgery tomorrow. And I said, what happened? He said, well, that open heart surgery she had back in '73, didn't work. She's got some more arteries bad. I just wanted you to know about it. It's nothing to worry about. I said, okay, fine. I said, tell her to be good, because she could harass any doctor. And so I went back to bed, and I was, I could barely breathe, couldn't talk. And next day I get a phone call from my brother, and he says, okay, the surgery went well, and don't worry about it. And I said, well, give her my love. And next day he calls, and he said, this is a Friday now. He called and said, well, it didn't go so well. They're going to have to open her back up. They've got bleeding. So end of the day, he calls and he says, okay, the surgery went well. Don't worry about it. On Saturday, I get a phone call in the evening, and he says, Mom had to be operated on again today. And they think they finally got it this time. This is the third open heart surgery now in 3 days for my mother, who was not in good shape. She was overweight and was a smoker. And I had such a head cold, I was just out of it. And the next day, on Sunday, he calls me about 4 o'clock, and he says, Tom, Mom died today, and you need to come home. Dad needs you. And my sister was in college at Indiana University. My brother was at home. And here I am with a head cold from the devil, and I wasn't getting better, and so I went on emergency leave, went home, flew in an Air Force aircraft down to Seattle. It was a C-5. It wasn't pressurized very well back in the passenger cabin, so it drove all the infection back into my ears. And so I flew on to Indianapolis. I asked him my brother or my friend picked me up. On the way up to Peru, we stopped at Grissom Air Force Base, and I went into the dispensary there, and they gave me a couple of shots to help me. And I got home, and Dad was there, and I helped my dad. And the next day, I couldn't get out of bed. I kind of crawled into the living room, and my dad says, "What's wrong with you?" And I said, "I can't stand up." And he says, "Well, you need to stand up." And I said, "Dad, I would if I could, but then you're going to have to hold me." So by noon that day, I was able to stand, and we had to go pick out a casket. We had to take care of my mother's, the funeral, and that all happened. And then I stayed with my dad for a week. It was the best week I ever had. We watched the Final Four of the NCAA tournament, and that was the year that the Indiana Hoosiers won their second national championship under Bobby Knight. And I remember watching it with my dad. And every year when March Madness comes around, I don't watch any games until the Final Four. And then I watch them, and I sit and think of my dad. And I told him I was getting out. And he was a retired commander. I said, "You're always going to outrank me, but this is what I've got to do." And he said, "I understand." And I did get out, and I made arrangements to go to San Francisco to meet with a recruiter. I interviewed with a bunch of companies, ended up going to work for Green Bay, for Procter & Gamble in Green Bay, Wisconsin, where I was the foreman, or team manager, as a foreman of a crew who ran 3 paper machines and a repulper. Had 16 people working for me, 3 paper machines. The paper machines were about 60 yards long, 5 stories high, and about 15 feet wide. They had about 100 different processes that were going. It was a unionized plant. The people my workers were all members of the union, and they didn't like new military officers. Procter & Gamble loved them because they couldn't get bamboozled by the union, and I'd been beat up by the best of them at this point. I had a terrific experience in Green Bay. My personnel review was interesting. They said, "You're a great team manager." My crew we led in production for 9 of the 12 months that I'd been there. And they said, "We only got 2 problems." I said, "What's that?" I said, "Well, when you're working day shift, the shifts were, I worked a southern swing. I worked 28 days a month, and 7 midnights, 7 evenings, and 7 days. It was, 6 to 2 in the afternoon, then 2 to 10 at night, and then 10 to 6 in the morning. I hated the day shifts because you worked 7 days in a row. You started on a Saturday and you finished on a Friday, and you worked the day shift, and all the day workers were there, and they considered themselves the experts. They'd come up and want you to change something running on the machine. And the machine's making toilet paper at 60 miles an hour. It's 220 inches wide. I've got 3 different sources of pulp. If you think of paper, when the paper comes in at the wet end of the paper machine, it's 99.5% water and 0.5% pulp. At the other end, it's 95% paper and 5% pulp. So it's basically bone dry is what they call it. And that all happens in 60 yards. And it happens so fast that you can't keep track of it. I had 3 different steam systems, it was almost like on a ship. 15 pound to run the instrumentation, 125, and then 600 pounds to run the vacuum system to suck all the water out. So this guy says, well, first thing is, whenever we come up here, he says, we go to tell your people to make a change on the paper machine and to, tweak one thing or another, and they won't do it. They always tell us that they've got that we have to come check with you. I said, well, that's right. He said, well, why is that? We're the experts on the paper machine. I said, you may be the experts, but I'm the guy who's got to turn in the production report. And if you tweak that machine and something goes haywire, I'm the guy who's responsible. So yeah, they're not allowed to do anything day workers tell you unless they check with me. And he said, I don't agree with you because we should be able to. I'm responsible for number 10. I had 3 paper machines, number 6, number 10, and 11. And that's my machine. And I said, au contraire. When I'm the team manager on that shift and I'm on days, it's my machine. And you need my permission to be able to tweak it. Well, we didn't agree on that, but that was the ding I got on that one. And he said, the other thing was we wanted you to extend your leadership to the other crews. I said, why? He said, well, because you always trade from working day shifts to working night shifts. I said, yeah, because I like working the 10 to 6 shift. I can do that very easily. And I hate the day shift because I've always got you day workers around telling us what to do. I said, why wouldn't I want to work nights? And he said, well, when you're working nights, so we would expect you to train the other team managers. I said, they're off. I don't run into them. He said, well, you're our best team manager. We need you to impact the other team managers. And I said, okay, fine. Let's just agree to disagree here on this one. I was older than him. I was older than every boss that I ever worked for at Procter & Gamble at this point. I went to work for Procter & Gamble when I was 29 years old. I just turned 29. So I was older than this guy by probably 6 years. And he didn't get the idea of protecting your own crew. Well, it was just like in Alaska. Nobody did anything on my crew, and nobody harassed any of my crew unless I got involved. And there were a whole bunch of war stories from that, but not worth talking about. I ended up coming down to Cincinnati to work for in research and development on Pampers. And I, with another fellow, we developed the top sheet that's on Pampers that was going to be was used on the Japanese Loves product. It was a spun-bonded polypropylene fabric. It was very soft, and I'm very proud of the fact that today, in 2019, on April 4th, they are still using spun-bonded polypropylene sheet on all Pampers worldwide. And I was the one who introduced that. I went to Japan to introduce Rely, which was a tampon, and that didn't work out because Rely was taken off the market. I then worked on qualifying raw materials for the new plant they were building in Japan, and as well came up with a way to monitor how long Japanese babies were in a wet diaper using an electrode that was a DC current, very small voltage, very little current that went into a diaper, and when it was wet, it would let off an alarm, and it was called baby call. Well, we modified it, used an Apple computer and a digital recorder, a dictaphone, and we with a time hack, every time that thing would make, and the alarm would go off, so we knew exactly how long babies were in a wet diaper. And we sent it back, and that was groundbreaking research for Procter & Gamble, came from Japan. And then I had the ignominious experience where I had to send out another critic, this time to the CEO of Procter & Gamble, when we found out that the diapers that we were getting from our plant in Modesto weren't absorbent. You could pour, mothers were complaining. You could get these diapers and pour a manufactured urine on top of it, and it would just sit there. It wouldn't go in. Well, what had happened was the Crown Zellerbach plant that made the pulp had changed the formula, and it changed how they made the air felt, the absorbent material, and it wouldn't absorb. I mean, you could float these Pampers all the way back to California from Japan. So I put 1 million cases of Pampers on hold, and that was like 75% of our inventory in Japan. And when I did that, it went all the way to the CEO, and it was John Smale. And so I got a phone call at 4 o'clock in the morning, and it was 4 o'clock in the afternoon over in Cincinnati, and they said, "What in the world are you doing?" My boss was gone, his boss was gone, nobody was there but the general manager of the plant. And so we eventually got it worked out, but we ended up having to scrap almost 200,000 cases of Pampers, and it turned out I was right. There were some that were good, and about 20% of them were good, 80% of them were bad, but that was a big number. 200,000 cases of Pampers, you can run the math on that. And then I ended up taking a test to get into advertising. I'd been so in the face of the people who were in marketing about how to do the product demonstrations for our products. The advertising manager was a good friend of mine, Neil DeFeo, said, "You need to be in advertising. So you need to go back in brand management." So I went back for an interview. I took the test. I guess I passed it. They sent me back for an interview. I aced all the interviews except the last one. They took me down. As I later found out, I'd passed everything, and they wanted me. But I had to have a general manager level person interview me, and their general manager was gone. So I went down to speak to the general manager of advertising services, and he was a Marine captain, former Marine captain, Vietnam veteran, stood about 6'6", and he looked as mean as Commander Rayburn, who I referenced earlier. And he said, "So you want to come into advertising?" I said, "Yes, sir." And he said, "So you've been in manufacturing, you've been in product development, now you want to come into advertising. How do I know you don't want to go into sales after this?" I said, "Sir, I was recommended for this. I think I know what I'm getting into. I think it's a terrific fit." He says, "I don't believe you." He said, "Give me 2 reasons. I want to ask you 2 questions. Only 2. He says, "Give me 2 reasons why I should believe you that you want to come into advertising." I did. He said, "Okay, question number 2. Give me 2 examples of things you did that you started, you managed all the way through, and you got it completed." I did. And he says, "All right, get out of here." And so I went out, met my host, went back up, and he went back to see the advertising manager, and he says, "Well, congratulations, we'd like you to come back." So I went back to Japan, packed up, came back to Cincinnati, and I was in advertising brand management. And then 2 years later, on a blind date, I came back in 1982. I'd gone over there. I'd commuted over there for 2 years, from 78 to 80, and then transferred there in 80. And came back in 1982. And in 1984, my squash buddy's wife, who was Jewish, and she was a real yenta, and she was feeding me 2 or 3 times a month, said, "I've got a girl I want you to meet." And I had taken girls out on blind dates. She'd hooked me up with before, and they were it really hadn't worked out well. And so I was very leery. People at my church were trying to fix me up, and this was just not my idea of matchmaking. So anyway, I said, "Okay, no bankers, nobody getting ready to be married. Okay? And you do that, I'm okay." So the person they set me up with is a banker. She's 32 years old. She's never been married. She'd just broken up with her boyfriend, and they said she was from a good family. So I didn't know it. I called on Valentine's Day. I didn't know it was Valentine's Day. Asked her out, and I said, "I'll pick her up on Sunday of President's Day weekend." I said, I'll pick you up at 3:30, and we'll go over to the conservatory, which was free at the time, because I was done buying meals and things. And I picked her up, and I was driving a Ford Granada. It was 10 years old, had rust on it, but I put Lysol on the inside where I had a leak. It was a little musty, and I'd taken it and gotten a buff and shine on the car so the brown wasn't flaking off, and picked her up, and we went to the conservatory, and we're not in there 5 minutes, and the secretary to the brand group I'm on marches up to me with 3 kids and a husband in tow, and she was Radio Free Procter & Gamble. I mean, she knew everything, and she broadcast everything. She walks right up to me and says, "Hi, Tom." And I'm here on a blind date with Betsy. Mm-hmm. And I said, "Hi, Kathy." And she's, "What's going on?" I said, "Kathy, this is Betsy Robinson. I'm here on a blind date with her. We were fixed up by mutual friends." And she looks at me, and she looks at Betsy, and she introduces her husband, and the 3 kids, of course, didn't want any part of this, and off she went. And Betsy and I went through the conservatory, and then we walked past the Vietnam Memorial. We went over to the Overlook, and she was going to quit the bank and go to Duke University or Kellogg School at Northwestern, and I was going to leave Procter. I mean, I was at that time in 1984. I'd pretty much had my fill of things, and I really wanted to get out west. And I was an entrepreneur. I'd been on all of the brands I'd been on the entire career at Procter. I'd been doing something new, even in Green Bay. And I was now on an old brand. It was frying fat. I was selling frying fat to pig farmers, as it was, and I was bored. And so I was going to leave. At the time, well, I'll get to that in a minute. So we talked to each other at the Overlook and shared war stories about wanting to leave. And then I said, "Well, would you like to have dinner?" So we went to the Rookwood Pottery. And they were not open for dinner yet. It was about 5 o'clock. And so I said, "Would like a drink?" So we sat in the bar area. We watched the end of the 1984 Winter Olympics, watched the Mayer brothers, Phil and Steve, win the gold and silver medal in the slalom. And I got her a drink, and she wanted a vodka tonic. So I went up and got a Perrier with lime. I didn't drink at the time. I still don't. And I came back with a Perrier with a lime. She had a vodka tonic with a lime. So we were done, and I said, "You want another drink?" She said, "You want to have one?" I said, "Yeah." She said, "Sure." She comes back, or I come back with this. There's no waitress at this point. And I said, "Well, let's go over and have dinner." So we go over to have dinner, and we sit down at the table, and the waitress comes, and she says, "You want something to drink?" And Betsy says, "Well, I'll have a vodka and tonic." She's going to have one? I said, "Yes." She says, "I'll have a vodka and tonic." She says, "What do you want, sir?" And I said, "I'll have a Perrier with lime." We had dinner. And I knew at that point that I was in love. I mean, I knew that I'd found somebody. And she tells the story later on that when she met me and saw the car, she knew that I was different because every Procter & Gamble person she'd ever met was spending next year's salary on the latest car. And this thing was a wreck. So that was it. And then when we ran into my secretary, she knew that at least I was honest and had some integrity. And every day I try to live my life with honor, integrity, and passion. And so I just told the truth. And she was smitten with me as much as I was. And I was, we were both at that. I was 30, she was 32, I was 36 at the time. And this was February of 1984. And I went to meet her parents, I went to meet her brother in Hilton Head. She took me to opening day. I'd never been to a ball game, so she took me to opening day and had to get permission from my brand manager to do that. It was a woman who I didn't get along with, but she let me go. And then my good friend had a side business of making these bears called Hug-A-Bear, and they were gunned big teddy bears that he would put a T-shirt on. So I put the T-shirt on, and I put on the front, "Hug me, I'm yours," and on the back I put, "Elizabeth, you can't be trusted." Because on our blind date, I went up to her apartment for a drink, and just as she sat down after getting me a drink, the lights went out. And I said, "Do you do this on all your blind dates?" And she scrambled around on the floor to get the timer working. So I sent it to her bank, which was in Marymount. And she opens the return address was Amore Enterprises. And she had seen the creative streak in me and realized that there was something weird going on here. And she took it in the conference room, opened it up, and she looked at the bear, and she said, "Hug me, I'm yours." And she was hugging it, and then her teller came in from the back, and she says, "What does it mean, Elizabeth, you can't be trusted?" Betsy said, "What do you mean?" She says, "It's on the back of the T-shirt." Betsy whips the bear around, and she said she got red in the face. And so I got that prank, and then she sends me a card at Procter & Gamble, and I open it, and it's a battery-powered card. I open it, and my brand manager is walking in, who's female, who I don't get along with, and it says, "I'm in the mood for love." And I close it immediately, and she says, "What's going on with you?" And I don't want to talk about my love life with my brand manager, who's 10 years younger than me and thinks she knows everything. And so, anyway, Betsy was creative as well, and I liked that in her. Long story short, we ended up getting married on May 11th of 1985 at the Church of the Redeemer here in Cincinnati. 2 years later, on April 2nd of 1987, she gave birth to twin girls, Rachel Bartow Schram, Catherine Elizabeth Schram. And this was after an emergency surgery she had where she had been told that she probably would never be able to have children. And we ended up having twin girls. I had a good career at Procter & Gamble throughout the 80s. And at the time, though, on the side, I'd been running a business called D.C. Brennan Firearms, which was a ballistics research company. And we had developed and patented flash suppressor and rifle barrel technology that was the best in the world. And I was, in my free time, I was running what we called it DCBF and making secretive phone calls from a payphone in the basement of Procter & Gamble to call people. And my sister was running the research lab, which was in Whitefish, Montana. And we truly had the best in the world. And I was in Picatinny Arsenal in September of 1987, where we were demonstrating the flash suppressor. We were one of 61 suppliers or vendors, and ours was ranked #1. And I got a message on the message board, I needed to call home. And I got a message to call home, and her mother had taken it seriously ill. And I drove like a maniac to get to National Airport, got back, and by the time I got to the hospital, she had died. I had a special relationship with her mother, but we lost her in September of 1987. And I continued on with my brand management work. At that point in time, I'd made the decision not to leave Procter until at least a year had passed. After a year had passed, I started putting my resume out, and in September of 1990, her father died. And I gave up looking for anything else. Or September of 1989, sorry. And so I gave up looking for a job anywhere other than Cincinnati because both her brother and sister lived here, and that was family.
and I started trying to find a business that I could invest in or purchase or do something in Cincinnati. At the time, I closed down DC Brennan Firearms. Even though we had the best rifle barrel in the market, and we'd been to Remington and Winchester and Colt and Ruger, and everybody agreed that it was more accurate than anything else in the world in the 30 caliber range. Even the military agreed with that. We couldn't get past the barrier. We could not have the paradigm change that we could have a more accurate barrel. And so I shut that down. I had a fully automatic machine gun in my possession because we had a Class 3 license from the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms. I called the local BTF and I said, you need to come pick up a machine gun. And it was a fully automatic Uzi. And at the time I had left Proctor. I had purchased 50% of a local advertising agency. And this guy comes in and he checks in, and my receptionist looks at him, and he's got a gun on his hip, and he's a 6'6", broad guy, and she didn't know what was going on, called me, and I said, yes, I know he's coming, and he came down. I gave him the machine gun. He looked at it, and we had flash suppressors for the 9mm for 30 caliber, 7.62 millimeter, and then the 5.56, which was the M16. And they all worked perfectly, regardless of how short the barrel was. But I closed that part of my life down. I want to take some time at this point and talk about the Naval Security Group, cryptology, the people who are still in the Navy who are called CTs, communication technicians. They're part of the 10th Fleet now. The Naval Security Group was disbanded in 2005 and became what was known as the Naval Network Warfare Command. And 3 years later, it became the 10th Fleet, which they have electronic warfare, information warfare, and cyber warfare. Communication technicians and cryptologists kept their ratings. We still occupy a large part of the intelligence collection business. We're still under the some guidelines from the National Security Agency. But I want to talk about two things that have occurred, really three things, I guess, that have occurred in life. One was on September 11th of 2001, which, as we all know, is 9/11. I lost a classmate that day who was in my company. He was in the North Tower. I was consulting at the time with the Atkins Nutritional Company, and I was due to be in New York in 2 weeks to visit Kevin. His name is Kevin Patrick Connors, and you can look him up. He is one of the victims of 9/11. Lost him. And in 2001, later on, that was 9/11. Of when was 9/11? That was 2000, 2001.
2001.
It's 2001. It occurred September of 2001.
It was a Thursday afternoon.
Morning. Tuesday. It was a Tuesday morning.
Tuesday, I'm sorry.
Tuesday morning.
I was at the auction.
In 2002, President George W. Bush was sworn in, and later in the spring of that year, we had an incident where a Chinese fighter jet intercepted an EP-3 Ares that was on a surveillance track near China. And the plane was severely damaged, and the pilot, Lieutenant Shane Osborne, was doing everything he could to control it. This plane had more electronic equipment in it than the Pueblo. I to this day, and I will go to my grave believing that the Russians ordered the North Koreans to take the Pueblo because of the gear that was on there. Unknown to everybody else, the Walker spy ring were provided communication cards to the Russians, and they needed equipment to be able to read our messages. And it was proven later on that because of the Walkers, we lost over 100 pilots in North Vietnam as a result. But we lost the EP-3. we had just upgraded the EP-3. And we had more technology in that airplane than one can even think about. Lieutenant Osborne landed that plane in Hainan Island. He saved his crew. But he forgot about his mission. And when you're at the tip of the spear, it is my belief, you got to remember the mission first. Let's continue the mission. And the mission he had was surveillance. And the mission he had was to protect that gear. And when he landed at Hainan Island, rather than ditching, they didn't have enough parachutes so the crew could bail out. And that was the fault of the crew chief. They should have bailed out, and then he should have ditched the aircraft, or everybody bailed out and let the airplane just go into the ocean. His only option was to ditch, and no EP-3 had ever ditched successfully at sea. My belief was he should have ditched and taken his chances, because the net result of what he did was a drastic, catastrophic incident that put China orders of magnitude ahead in their technology in terms of communications and electronic intelligence. It was a terrible loss. Since then, we've paid the price as China has caught up to us. And to this day, we're in a very difficult situation with China in terms of electronic warfare, cyber warfare, internet hacking, and so forth. Communication technicians today are at the forefront of our war on terror. Most recently, communications technician chief interpreter Shannon Kent, who was on her 5th deployment to the Middle East, was in Syria and died as a result of a suicide bomber. Communication technicians are on SEAL teams as they deploy, because they need to be able to understand the communications of the people they're going into battle with. I want the public who see this oral history to understand that those of us who served in the communications intelligence business always did so in the shadows. If you want to read about us, read books by James Bamford, The Puzzle Palace, Shadow Wars, several other books. If you want to learn about the Pueblo, the best one to read is called A Matter of Accountability by Trevor Armbruster. First half is worth reading. The second half is all about what happened after the crew were captured. And if you read about what happened before, you'll understand how we were in the shadows. We're still in the shadows. We'll always be there. There will always be people like Shannon Kent, like me. My father never knew what I did, and I have not disclosed anything in this interview about what I really did. I've talked about it in vague terms. But I hope that those who view this oral history will do the research needed to understand what we accomplished. One of the things that I did in 2006 was I gave a presentation at the Northern Kentucky University Military History Lecture Series. And it was an hour-long presentation on the role of communications and intelligence in the history of the United States. And I started out with the basic premise that people talk to people. Other people want to know what they say. This started since man began. George Washington always encoded his messages when he transferred those messages, by courier. And George Washington was quoted as saying, "It is always prudent for a commander to understand what the enemy is doing in their communications, especially when they could capture a British courier." And our intelligence grew, and in 1935 the Naval Security Group was born. We played a huge role in World War II. And my presentation in 2006 talks about that role. I'm not going to do it in this history here because there's way too much to cover. But I encourage you, if you're interested, to view that disc, which is in the Cincinnati Library, and it's approximately, as I said, it's approximately 60 minutes long. It was produced professionally by the Kentucky Broadcasting Company, and it was KCET. They integrated all of my visuals, which were in PowerPoint, all of the videos I had into this presentation. And all of the material I used in that presentation was gathered off the internet or was from books, and I had all of it down on the table. And I'm going to give you one short story. A gal came down to me after this was over and said, "Mr. Schram, would you share, can you tell me what the resources are that you used? Because I'm getting my PhD in cryptology." And I said, "I'll do you one better." And I went over to the table and I stacked all of the paper that I had there because I didn't want one of these alphabet soup agencies coming down and putting me in handcuffs. Everything I researched was on that table, as long with the books that I had used. And I picked all that paper up and I said, "Here." And she started to cry. And I said, "What's wrong?" And she said, "You've just saved me 2 years worth of research." About 2 feet of paper. I mean, it literally was probably 20 pounds worth of paper. And I said, "Well, go forth and do good and help people understand about us if you can." I want to end my part of this interview by saying that my daughters are now 32. I have a grandchild. I am 71 years old. I'll be 72 this year. All of my life was really formed. The bedrock of my life is how I grew up on the farm, the principles and the ethics I was taught by my parents. And then by the 12 years I spent in the Navy, 4 years at the Naval Academy where I received my education. They were hard years. Knowing what now, I'm not sure I would do it again. I'm glad I did it. But everything I stand for, really, I came into my own and matured as an adult during those 12 years. And I just want everyone to know who views this that I've lived my entire life on the bedrock principles of honor and integrity. And that means that I live to that, and when I give my word on something, people who have worked with me and who know me understand that I'm going to do what I say. And I've always done that. I've never failed that. That's the end of my voluntary part of all this.
Well,
I'll be happy to answer any questions you have.
15 minutes.
It's your turn, my friend. You have a few questions for us? It's been a wonderful interview.
You have something to start with.
Yeah,
I know you took some notes.
well, I took notes on the Blind Man's Bluff and James Bamford and matter of, but I was it's interesting what you did there when you led that girl to your stack of research papers. We find a lot of that. I had a next step up from top secret clearance also when I was in the military. And when I was going through training, we found things that we weren't allowed to discuss about that were in Life magazine, for example, or in the newspapers, and it'd be classified anywhere from confidential all the way up to secret, and sometimes they borderlined on top secret that you could read in our daily, in the weekly and monthly magazines.
Well, when Bamford published The Puzzle Palace, orders came down from the commander of Naval Security Group, because we were mentioned directly in this book. And in fact, my facility was mentioned in this book, the Joint Soviet Processing Center in Okinawa. I worked with those guys. We were told that we were not allowed to confirm or deny that anything in the book, The Puzzle Palace, was true, even though Bamford had nailed it down to the smallest fact. It was an astounding book, and it was the first of many that Bamford has written, and to this day he is known as the expert on the National Security Agency and everything that has been born from the NSA. They are the agency driving the communications intelligence of this country.
Are you familiar with what's going on today? Are you in communications or friendly with anybody that's in your former line of work today?
I am. I'm a member of the Naval Cryptologic Veterans Association. I've had several articles published in our quarterly magazine. I've had several articles published in Shipmate about the Pacific War. I'm somewhat of a Pacific War historian. That article was about the shoot-down of Colonel Gregory Boyington, known as Pappy Boyington, the Black Sheep Squadron. I actually met the Zero pilot who shot him down, and it was not the guy who claimed he shot him down. But the Naval Cryptologic Veterans Association continues to send out messages that are unclassified, but the general public doesn't want to see them. Today, people want to see sound bites. If you can't understand it in 60 to 120 seconds, then they don't have the attention span to do anything else. But we still get stuff. I personally get 100 to 150 emails a day from Naval Intelligence Professional Network, from the Cryptologic Network, I call it my spook group, all about issues that are going on around the world that the general public doesn't know and doesn't care about. And I'll forward them on to friends and those who are interested. I stay very plugged in as much as I can, but all of my knowledge is unclassified, as it has to be. But I'm generally the stuff that's classified ekes out a little bit.
We had an extensive interview with John Brugman out of lives in Columbus, Ohio, and he worked with Alan Turing, and they worked on the Enigma machine, among other things, and they worked on the bomb up in Dayton with
Joe Desch.
And most of the people that he recruited and the people that recruited him actually went for two subjects. They went into the University of Pennsylvania, for example, and said, who here is the best musician you have and who is the best mathematician you have? And he said those were the two subjects that they did most of the recruiting into intelligence.
Well, Alan Turing is the one who really enabled us to, he was able to get an Enigma machine. And then we later captured a four-rotor machine off the U-505. And to this day, there is a test called the Turing test, which is a real determinant of artificial intelligence. And today, artificial intelligence is really a gang of knowledge that people have collected on what has happened in the past. And the Turing test is still a test today that is used and to determine artificial intelligence. So we have yet to come up with true artificial intelligence. We call it AI, but it's really it's a database of everything that's happened in behaviors and actions before. But Turing led the effort, he was able to get out of Austria into Germany and into England, where he worked in Cheltenham with GCHQ. And we were able to, of course, read the German codes. We were able to then come over, and we ultimately broke the Japanese codes, the diplomatic code, which was called Purple, and purple because when the guy pulled the binder off, it was purple, so we called that code purple. And then JN25, which was a 4-rotor code, which the Japanese Navy used. And that's what we used to, I was called magic at that point in our vernacular. And any messages that were magic were only allowed to be read by strategic commanders. And MacArthur was read into that, as well as Nimitz. And the Naval Security Group thrived during this period of time. And it was Captain George McGinnis, who, there's a clip on the Military History Lecture Series called "In God We Trust, All Others We Monitor." Captain McGinnis was the one who pushed me over the edge to do that speech. I had sent the word out through the NCBA network, about 2,300 people, and I said, "Guys, I need some advice." And Captain McGinnis called me and said, "Tom," and I had met him. He was on Okinawa when I was on Okinawa back in 70 to 73 at JSPC. "Tom, I want you to do this." And he gave me a phone call about 2 weeks before I was going to do the presentation. He says, "Tom," it was a voicemail. He says, "Tom, you're probably not going to hear from me again. I'm dying of leukemia, but I want you to promise me one thing. I want you to promise me that a copy of what you do will be at the Command History Museum down at Naval Cryptologic Training Center, NCTC, in Corey Field in Pensacola." I did, and I made the disc available. I did not copyright any of the material, and McGinnis died 2 weeks before I got the disc. I couldn't send it to him. And that was a real disappointment to me, because he was the one who really energized me to finish this off. It took me a year to do this. You know, when you look at that disc, that's a year's worth of work combined. But Turing started he started the ball rolling. And Joe Desch at NCR, National Cash Register, you know, people who work in cryptanalysis, we know from history that they're great musicians and are great mathematicians. And there's a huge correlation to
Yes.
cryptanalysis between that.
That's how he explained it to me also.
Huge, very large correlation.
Well, it's the future is going to be a very, very rocky road, so to speak, and I am confused about it. They did a survey this morning that they announced on TV where 1/3 of college graduates knew the 3 forms of government we have, but 31% knew, but 32% didn't know any of them other than the president. So it worries me because I think everything now, every single aspect of our life now is communications.
Let me give you one
There's
interesting...
nothing that is not controlled by communication. That includes the guy bringing a semi-truck here loaded with vegetables.
Let me give you an interesting tidbit, factoid. Al-Qaeda, ISIS, the Taliban, Iran, those groups have gone away from digital communication and are now going back to high-frequency communication. They're using voice and they're using Morse code. We're going back to we're going back to the ages because it's more secure. We still know how to listen and do that, but now they're using high-frequency communications in voice and primarily voice. And boy, you talk about coming right into our wheelhouse. That's right where it is. And one regret I have is that my father lived to see the Berlin Wall come down, and he fought in World War II. And I lived to see the Berlin Wall come down, and I was, was Vietnam and the Cold War, And I'd spent 8 tumultuous years, active duty in the Navy, 4 at the Naval Academy, 1 year, you know, Washington blew up when Martin Luther King died. We had bayonets fixed, and we're trying to guard the Academy wall to keep people from coming over. And the one thing that troubles me to this day is that when the Berlin Wall came down and Russia lost its control over their satellite states, I felt that my children, who at the time were only 2 years old, I felt that my children were going to live in a safer world than I did. Because I lived in a world for the first good half of my life where people had a finger on the nuclear button, and closer than we ever know on a whole bunch of different incidents. And I don't think my children, nor my grandchildren, nor the folks who are above the millennial generation truly understand the threat that we face with communications. We're being hacked right and left, as you said, and everything depends on communications. Even, you know, these self-driving cars, the trucks have satellite communications. You know, even the country of India has developed a satellite killer now. They've launched a missile that took out a satellite.
That's exactly right.
And so what happens when our satellite communications go down? How are we going to communicate? And I worry about that. I don't have an answer. I'm past my prime, and I can't contribute to a solution with that. But I sure hope those in authority are working on it, because we're in jeopardy.
Yes, we are. The world's in jeopardy.
But I want to thank you for
it goes the other way.
Having me here, and Brian Powers for patiently sitting with all this.
Yes.
I'm happy to answer any questions, Brian, you might have.
Well, I already got really time for one question. Hope you can hear me okay. I don't know how much you can divulge, but when you're in Alaska, obviously you're very close to the Soviet Union. I mean, there was a reason for that. I was wondering if you had any close calls that, I mean, I know you can't be maybe too specific, but obviously you were monitoring them. I would think they would be watching you too.
Oh, we still had the DEW line in Alaska when I was up there. ADAC was even further out than we were. The Army, or the Air Force, had a station out on Shimya, which is only 4 miles from Russia. It was a very tense time during that, after the Vietnam War. Very tense. There really aren't any close calls that I can talk about. Everything is classified. I've been very circumspect in what I've said here, but I can tell you that we were on the front line of the Cold War in Alaska, and we were doing things that people don't know today and may not know for another 50 years. But it's a good question, and 100% of our effort was focused on Russia. Yeah, that was all we were focused on in Anchorage and in ADAC. You know, in Okinawa it was different. In Okinawa we had China next door, and we had the SR-71 base there, and we went over to see the SR-71 folks with an exchange, and I walked up to the commanding officer of the squadron and I said, "Did you guys fly yesterday?" And he said, "Yes." And I said, "Was this your track?" And I handed him a map, and his face went ghost white. And he says, "How'd you get this? That's classified." I said, "There are other people watching you too." That's about all I can say.
Well, thank you. I appreciate it.
And I want to take this time to thank you for this interview. This has been one interview where I didn't have to ask any probing questions. It just sat back and listened, and it's been a wonderful trip.
Thank you very much.
And thank you, sir.
I appreciate what you're doing for the Library of Congress.